I'd like to call to order the study session of the Avalon City Council, July 16th, 2018. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we, the roll call, please.
Councilmember Albers?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Olson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy? Here. Mayor Marshall?
Here. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
First, I just wanted to thank you and the community for being patient as staff has gone through this process to present the budget that's before you. I do feel that the budget is very ambitious, as it has about $9 million in capital improvements projects in it. 5.6 of that is grants, and approximately the remaining balance obviously is from our fund, our own funds, which is about $3.4 million. And as you know, a majority of that would be the Cabrillo Mole project. We have Five Corners intersection in there, wastewater treatment plant and infrastructure, and we'll be going through those projects at the end or somewhere during the middle of our presentation. We have Bob Torres across the way and Matthew Baker, and any detailed questions, they're very knowledgeable in all the line items, particularly Matthew. The budget does not address the hiring of any new personnel, just so you know. There are a couple vacant seats that we did keep in the budget, like the assistant city manager position and a maintenance one worker. You will hear more details from each of the departments, and they'll come forward and address any questions that you might have on your individual budgets. And I just wanted to point out, which we will be starting in our PowerPoint presentation, that we have increased costs that we have no control over, and that would be the wages that have increased from step increases to Parsac's workers' comp, and our unfunded liability with PERS. And I wanted to point out that Dan Hunke is not in the audience today. He had some obligations that he could not change, and he will be here tomorrow night. Or you can give me the questions today, and I'll make sure that you'll get your answers. And I was a little overzealous. I put the budget tomorrow evening on the agenda, hoping that we could answer a lot of your questions, make any adjustments prior to tomorrow evening. And with that, I'll pass it on over to Bob Torres and Matthew Baker.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you very much. So we're going to give you an overview of the city budget, and I'm going to ask you to hold your questions until we get to the end, otherwise we'll never get through this. But we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I'm going to give the overview, and then we're going to bring the department heads up. Feel free to ask them questions as they come up individually about their individual budgets. I'd like to start out by saying we have a balanced budget. It's in good shape. Revenues are a little bit flat for us, but I think that's good news. It's the economy is still a little volatile, and I think we have a lot of good things to talk about in the city budget. So I'm going to start with the first slide. This is a summary of the individual funds, and I want to point out that for the general fund, operating revenues exceed operating expenditures by a small amount, but that's good news. And I also want to point out that we're beginning and we're projecting that we're going to begin the year and end the year, fiscal year 2018-19, with about $3.5 million in reserve. And that's what I consider a very healthy reserve. It's approximately 20% of the general fund budget. I think most cities would really just die to have a reserve like that in the operating fund. So I think we're in pretty good shape. You can take a look at this. There's a small draw on fund balances in most of the funds, and the way to read this across, you have the beginning fund balance. That's what we're projecting to begin the fiscal year July 1, 2018 with in all the funds. Operating revenues minus operating expenditures. For the general fund, we also have revenue which we call internal services revenue, and that's where we charge the other funds for our services, for administrative services, et cetera. Those are real revenues. This is the way of reflecting in the other funds and operations the true cost of those operations. And it's also a way of capturing as much as we can out of grants. So with most grants, we are allowed a certain amount of administrative overhead, and this is the way we reflect it. So if you follow across to the end, we have grant projects, grants coming in, we have capital projects. You can see that fortunately for the city, that grants cover a lot of our capital projects. That's good news. And we have a few transfers, but the ending fund balances are positive as you go up and down the funds. The general fund, the housing authority does not generate any revenue. It's money that we've talked about actually in recent council meetings. Local transportation fund is balanced. The Avalon Transit doesn't have a beginning or ending fund balance, so it breaks even. The harbor fund is a significant fund for the city. Let's face it, that's what people see. That's why people come here, for the harbor, and it is doing well. We have some major capital projects in store. Bob Greenlaw, when he gets to his section, he'll talk about capital projects citywide. Sewer, saltwater, solid waste funds are balanced, and then we have the successor agency. As you know, we submit our annual budget to the state, the ROPS, and they tell us how much they're going to give us. What we basically get every year is sufficient funds to make our annual bond payments on the 3 bonds, successor agency bonds, and we get about $750,000 a year to pay for the city's administrative costs in administering the successor agency. There's a couple of pie charts that show revenues and expenditures by fund. Again, you see the general fund is about 43%, it's the largest fund. And the general fund is what pays for traditional municipal services. So when people, the way I like to view it is when I walk out my front door and I look out, I see streets, I see parks, I see police, firefighters. Here, of course, we have the sheriff. All that is the general fund. That's what pays for traditional municipal services. Of course, the harbor is 27%, and then we have the other funds. And revenues overall are a little bit less than expenditures overall, but again, the gap is being filled by a prudent use of available reserves. Bar chart which shows the same information. I'm not going to spend a lot of time with that. We have revenues by category, and this is for all the funds, but you can see that Harbor represents about 27% of the revenues coming into the city, and the rest of the revenues are grants and tax-related revenues. The TOT for the general fund, when you get to the general fund page, you'll see it's the largest source of revenue in the general fund. Expenditures by category. Salaries and wages across all funds make up a large part of the expenditure budget. And on this chart, we're showing the top 15 revenues for the general fund. The transient occupancy tax is the largest source of revenue for the city. If you take the number 1 and number 2 lines for TOT for hotels, and TOT for vacation rentals, they total in excess of, it's about $4.5 million is what we're projecting. We're projecting that revenues are going to be kind of flat. I have to say that projecting revenues for the city of Avalon is kind of a unique process because our revenues are really tied to tourism. And so in the short time that I've been here, I've seen a couple of situations already where one event can have a significant impact on revenue. We were expecting a cruise line to come in, and we were prepared for the cruise line, and then they changed their mind, decided to not stop here, but that had a significant effect. Sales tax, pretty flat. We get our sales tax forecast from a tax consultant, HDL. We've been using them for a number of years. I've used them in other cities as well. It's a good firm. I think their forecast is pretty right on. They're basically saying it's going to be flat. And the reason that the FY18 sales tax estimate is a little bit higher than the FY19 is because there was some one-time sales tax revenues that occurred during fiscal year 18 that are not expected to occur again in FY19. Admissions tax, $650,000, pretty flat. And even though they look kind of flat, I think I kind of stuck my neck out and made recommendations to our city manager with regard to our forecast. She approved them. That they may not appear to be optimistic, but I think they are more on the optimistic side rather than on the low pessimistic side. So I think we can expect that revenues will come in on target. Ambulance fees are a big revenue source for the fire department. Some of these other fees are revenues that we get from the state of California. Motor vehicle license fees are based on registration fees that are paid by car owners across the state of California. The pass-through property tax is the money we get from the successor agency, and we actually had an item back in May where you reaffirmed the agreement to receive this property tax, and it's about $324,000 a year. It'll grow a little bit every year into the future. Property taxes are not a big revenue source for the city, but still $250,000 is a significant revenue. The administrative costs that I talked about earlier with regard to the successor agency, it's $250,000 is part of the $750,000 that I mentioned earlier. Building permits, $190,000. Vehicle fees, those are our local vehicle fees, about $145,000. Franchise fees we get from the franchise fee payment pipelines, et cetera, and business licenses, and then all the other revenues total just under about $1 million. Total general fund revenues are expected to come in at about $11 million for fiscal year 19. Operating expenditures by category, salaries and wages in every city are going to be the biggest category of expense. This includes not only salaries and wages, but overtime. If you look at the slice of the pie right below salaries and wages, you see payroll taxes and benefits. That's workers' comp, that's Social Security payments, insurance payments, etc. So combined, salaries, wages, and benefits represent almost 50% of the city general fund budget. And here we show two pies it's just another look at the same information. Be happy to answer questions on this later on. Then the Harbor Fund, it's a very major fund for us. You can see the wharfage fees generate about $2.5 million, mooring fees about $1.6 million. The fuel dock is an important source of revenue as well. These revenues reflect the recent fee increases that the City Council approved. In total, $8.5 million in revenues is what we expect for fiscal year 19. We'll have more to talk about this, again, when we get to Bob Greenlaw's presentation and when JJ gets up and talks about his own budget. Harbor Fund operating expenditures, salaries and wages, benefits. It's a labor-intensive operation. So this is kind of what we've been talking about. Salaries and wages increased by about 3%. And there was a small increase in full-time equivalent employees. We'll get into the details about that later on. We have some employees that are still not at the top step. So each step is about 5.5% between each step. And so there's a few employees that are still climbing through the steps. And budgeted overtime increases are about $10,000. It's not a lot. PARSAC is it's the Joint Powers Authority insurance pool that we belong to. I just attended a board meeting, and costs are going up across the state, primarily due to workers' compensation. We have a program in place to manage our own workers' compensation costs. I'm optimistic for the future, but it's increasing by about 48%. That's a pretty significant increase. CalPERS unfunded liability is increasing by about $120,000. We have 4 CalPERS plans. We have the classic plans. There's 2 for safety and miscellaneous, and then there's the PEPR, the new employees plan. And we pay that separate and apart from the contribution rate. So we get the contribution rates every year from CalPERS. In fact, we get them 2 years ahead of time. So 2 years ahead of time, we know what the contribution rates are going to be. We build those into our payroll system, and it charges against payroll, and then automatically we pay that directly to CalPERS. In fact, Matt Baker here, he's the one that's responsible for that. But separately, we get billed by CalPERS for the unfunded liability. And it's growing by about $100,000 a year. And that's something we're going to need to address. Now, I want to talk to CalPERS, and I also want to talk to our own actuary about what exactly is driving this, and what options do we have to either pay for this or reduce it. And some of the options, we have the same options available to us that every city does. We can reduce payroll costs. I don't think we have a large staff in the city. That's an option, but I don't really see that as a real option, a practical option for the city. I think our staff is pretty thin from what I see across the board, but that is one of our major costs for fiscal year 19. And then again, back to our healthcare, dental, vision, life insurance, that's going up by about $110,000. So in summary, for the proposed budget, operating revenues cover operating expenditures. That's good news. Costs associated with major capital projects result in draws on fund balances, and that's really what's driving the budget, I think, in the next couple of years. Our capital projects, we have some major projects that are coming online. They're critical projects. We need to do them. Most of them are grant funded, and that's the good news. And it's probably good to begin a discussion about additional revenue sources at some time to fund future capital projects. You know, we're going to show you what we need to do and what we can do in the next couple of years. But beyond that, there's other needs. And economists are already talking about a potential economic downturn in 2020. I'm not really seeing it, but there's some small signs with regard to what's happening in the market. I'm seeing that interest rates are going up. Usually that's a precursor to Federal Reserve action. They're trying to raise it up because they're trying to head off inflation. Sometimes they go overboard. That leads to a mini recession. So we might be heading for a recession in 2020. So here's a list of, so I'm done with the overall, the overview. Now we're getting into the department presentations. What we're going to do is we're going to ask each department head to come up and basically answer questions, talk about their goals and objectives for the coming year.
Good. But can we ask questions based on the overview stuff before we get into
Yes.
the individual ones?
Please.
So, internal services revenues are what? What's included in that
I'm
category?
going to let Matt answer that, but basically we charge the other funds for our administrative costs, and that
that's
includes
that thing.
city council, city attorney, city manager, finance department. We provide services to the other funds, and rightly they should reimburse the city for
Okay.
that. So
And
that's
you-
a large chunk of
and
the
you did
internal services.
Okay. And then, just a simple little question. So, like, for example, we're going to hire an assistant city manager. So you'd base that expenditure based on probably an 8 or 9 month expenditure, since it's going to take us probably till then to get one, or do you just put that whole year's salary in there?
So you could do it different ways. In this budget, we actually have it for the full year currently in the budget. So we would, in theory, be slightly under budget if we hired them at midway point in the year. Okay. We could have prorated that. We took a more conservative approach with the number, and so it is for a full year. So if we were to hire them later in the year, we likely would come under budget then.
And the maintenance worker as well?
The same.
Okay, all righty.
Can we
that
just
provides a
spend,
little bit
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, that provides us a little bit of cushion
Right.
during the year, for just in case there's unanticipated events.
No, I understand. I just wondered how you did it, okay?
Councilmember.
All right, I'm the new kid, so I just want to understand the prior year. I know it's not been audited, but I'm just looking at the numbers and trying to figure out how helpful this document really is. So for fiscal year 17-18, the revenue projections were 37.740,000. You're estimating that we'll only have received 34,513,000, so that's off by 3.2. How much of that is grant money that we anticipated pulling down and we didn't, and how much of that is actual revenue?
That's a good question. I'll let Matt answer that.
So I believe it is largely driven by grant revenue, but I'd have to dig through to get you the specific answer of the breakdown. But my understanding is it's largely that $2 million difference is grant revenue that we've now anticipated receiving in fiscal year 19.
Okay.
That was the budget for 18, but I can get the exact breakdown.
Okay, and then I'm assuming then that's the same answer, because we projected a budget expenditures of $38,631,000. We're estimating we're only spending $33,461,000, which is a little more than 5 million
Again,
difference.
major capital projects that were in last year's
Okay.
budget, expenditures have been moved to the 19. So if you look at across all funds, where we expected to end 18 is very similar to where we expect 19, and that's largely because we have large capital
Okay, so we
expenditures
just moved
that have
projects
been
from one year
moved
to the
from
next.
fiscal year 18 to
Okay.
19.
I really would like to know what the revenue difference is, though.
Yeah, I can,
It's important.
and,
Okay.
if we can go back just real quick on the presentation, looking at the top 15 revenues in the general
Right.
fund, this should give you a general sense, and it across the board, we in some areas we actually exceeded our expected general fund revenues. So I do think a lot of that's going to be driven by
The balanced out. Okay, and then that was my last question, is that the estimate of, for the end of the fiscal year, you're lacking about 2 months. Do you annualize that, or how do you come up with that number?
So we would annualize it. So generally, TOT is our biggest revenue source. June TOT payments we wouldn't receive until July at the soonest, and sometimes we don't receive them till early August if people pay late. And so we estimate essentially how much we think we're going to bring in for May and June TOT, and we factor that into the 2018 budget.
And is it just a straight annualization, like times 12 divided by 10?
I mean, not quite that simple, only because TOT fluctuates based on tourism. So
So you're looking
June's
at-
a better month, so the amount we would anticipate getting in June would be higher than, say, February. Or
Yeah, we actually do a trend analysis as part of it.
Okay, that's
And,
helpful.
we take historical data, calculate a factor, and then we see what that spits out. And then, some of it is, it's kind of an art.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Good answer. Okay, thank you.
And one other question, on the revenues, how come I don't see community services and recreation revenues here?
so right here on the list, we just have the top 15 in the general fund.
Okay.
Relative to TOT and admission tax and other things, there's just not as much revenue. And it's also divided up amongst a number of activities. So if we get 5,000 from, say, basketball and 5,000 from outriggers and 5,000, it all adds up, yes, but it's
Right.
broken down into a lot of different sources.
But you were provided with the schedules. They're basically Excel spreadsheets. They have every revenue that we receive and all the details in those schedules. that you
I'd
were
just like something just to know what that total is
And
annually.
we can definitely pull that together and summarize the community revenue for you.
Okay.
And I just had a quick question. On the slide, it might be a couple past the one that you're on right now, you indicated that the Parsac insurance was increasing by 48%. Could you go into a little more detail on that?
Oh, okay.
That's a pretty significant increase.
That's
And
a pretty
I guess
significant increase.
more specifically would be, is it based on rating experience, or is there a general increase as well going to all
Well,
participants?
it's both. I forgot how many cities are in it, but I think there's like 126 cities, and they're all kind of small cities. Some of them are tiny cities. And the workers' compensation is an issue that's been around for a long time. And in California, it's a state that's very liberal when it comes to workers' compensation and medical claims. And so every city has a number of claims. It's all employee-related. A lot of it is back injuries, it's soft tissue. You really can't disprove it. So if you go to your doctor and say, hey, I got a backache, write me a note, you're going to go on workers' comp. A lot of it is driven in some cities that have their own police departments, as well as fires driven by police and fire. Because in the last year of prior to retirement, a lot of public safety officers, police officers, go on leave. They go on a workers' comp, and it's tax-free. It's 100% tax-free. We all share in that cost. And so there's pros and cons to being in the pool. We really can't afford to be self-insured. We don't have the money. So being in the pool, if our costs go up, all the other cities share in that cost. But on the other hand, if their costs go up, we share in their costs as well. So that's kind of what's happening with workers'
So
comp.
do we have a piece of paper that says if it's based on our rating experience, in other words, the actual claims that the city made versus a general increase that's being allocated across the board to all cities?
We have a very detailed
Okay.
book that they gave us about this tech, And I'll be happy to I'll
Just
get
share
back
it.
to you
I'd
on
like to
that.
see that.
And we'll go into the details with how they came up with these calculations. It's just pages and pages of logarithms, really. And it's actuarial science to some extent. It's also, just like CalPERS, to some extent is driven on their investment earnings. So they have a large pool of money they invested. They're not earning a lot of money. They're earning less than, way less than we are actually on their investments. They're very, very conservative about how they invest, but it's being driven by employee claims. We do have some claims that are outstanding here. I think we're at the tail end of some of those individual claims, but they've been kind of dragging on for a few years and they're hitting our costs as well.
And when's the last time we looked at any other joint powers authority for insurance? Do you know?
I don't ever remember us doing it in the years that I've been here, Pam.
Okay.
But I do have experience with another pool, this ICMA. I don't want to say anything bad about them, but I worked at 2 other cities that had ICMA, and I think Parsac is a lot better. The other cities, the other pool, the costs were just going out of control because of some major claims. One of them was the Fullerton police officer experience where they killed, I don't know how else to say it, but they killed a homeless person. And that was a $20 million payout. Those cities had a share in that cost.
And are we just down to 2 insurance authorities in the state now?
No, there's several. I don't remember who the other ones are, but ICMA I know of because I was part of that way back when. But we'll get back to you with a lot of detail.
They'll be at the league conference, I'm sure, right? Don't those people show up there in the big room with all the...
Oh, yeah. Well, when I was with ICMA, I never went to a board meeting, but I went to one after we got the bill for the Fullerton experience, and I requested, I mean, I'm putting it nicely, but I requested that they create 2 categories, high risk and low risk, and we were put into a low risk pool with the city that I was with at that time. And going forward, it helped a little bit with regard to claims, but Parsac is the big pool, and we use them for more than workers' comp.
Right,
They help
that's our
respond to the
liability.
recent incident.
Right.
And so I think they're pretty responsible, I think. But we'll get back to you with the details.
And do you remember offhand what the contribution rate on CalPERS was for 18-19?
What that rate is?
So the contribution rate is going to be different based on employee,
Right.
based on employee
Employee
category.
group, right.
It generally went up by, I want to say, about 1% across the board, but I could get you the exact breakdown, but it's going to be slightly different based on the labor category. So safety, our contribution is generally higher than miscellaneous employees, but I want to say the increase was across the board about 1%, but we can get the exact.
Okay.
Any other questions for now?
So do you leave I guess you put it in when we do it, but developer fees, because based on the timing of that, do we know, are we projecting that we would get any of those developer fees by the end of this this fiscal year?
I don't think we projected any in our revenues at this point, but that is one of our goals in the administration and with Public Works to get that implemented
Okay.
in this next fiscal year.
And of course, you're doing projections on the TOT and the sales tax because I don't know, like the Atwater Hotel being down, I don't know what kind of revenues we generated there, but that's a big one. And then sales tax with the closing of those other stores, you kind of keep, that was in your consideration of what the expenses
Yes.
or the
yes,
revenues would
yes.
be as well.
Yeah, we factored in or factored out
Yeah.
for the closure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, because, so it was presumed to be closed October to June, and last year's budget kicked off 100,000 based on that. So what did you do for, since we're into summer, as opposed to October, June? Do you remember?
Well, while Matt is getting ready to answer here, the one thing that happened during that time is that we lost hotel rooms, but then the other hotels raised their rates. And so we saw that the occupancy rate went up in the remainder of the hotels and kind of offset to some extent. But there is, that's one of the reasons we're projecting a flat revenue
So
from this
again,
year.
not necessarily the hotel rate, but the occupancy rates. What we saw is even though the the Atwater closed, the number of rooms being booked was still about flat.
Okay.
And so it was really offset in other hotels having higher occupancy rates than. So, I mean, we did consider it in that we looked at the TOT performance, if you will, for the year without, or at least a period of time without the Atwater, and put that into our budget for 19. But it was offset, some of the lost revenue from the closure of the Atwater with just higher occupancy rates at other hotels.
That makes sense.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, well, I guess we're ready to start with the departmental overviews. Let me get to that slide. I guess we're starting out with finance, is that right?
Starting out with finance.
Okay. Well, we put through together some figures here, but we're a small staff and we process payroll and we do all the accounting for the entire city, and that includes all the various funds. For last fiscal year, 18, we processed $6.6 million in payroll. That's 3,640 paychecks. We paid out about $30 million in payables. You see those in the warrant runs every couple of weeks at the city council meetings. The data ticket finally got started. I don't have any figures for you. They're still kind of playing catch up, but at least they're on board. They're out there processing parking citations, and we expect that revenue to start flowing in. We restarted the host compliance vacation and rental audit service, so we contracted with them. We gave them some information. They developed a database for the city, and then there wasn't a lot of activity there for a while. And more recently, within the last 3 months, we've been in contact with host compliance and gone over their databases. It's pretty impressive, actually, what they're able to provide for us. And what we're in the process of doing right now is Matt is putting together an Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of data, and we're working with Amanda in planning and her staff. We need to provide them with a list of business licensees and also conditional use permits. They're going to match it up. And basically what they do is they go online and they look at Airbnb and VRBO and other sites like that, and they find vacation rentals by owner online, and they're able in some way to go back in history to see what the history of those rentals are. And so what I think they've identified 126 properties, something like that, right?
Again, that number is based on the 2017 data that was provided previously to them. So, if people did get licenses or additional CUPs were issued, I do want to caveat that number is based on older data, but in the preliminary results they did provide us, there were approximately 120 properties that were listed on Airbnb, VRBO, et cetera, that either didn't have a short-term rental business license, didn't have a CUP, or hadn't paid any TOT in fiscal year 17. So again, all that data was based on 2017 numbers. So before we proceed, I think what makes the most sense is making sure that that data is still up to date and accurate.
Yeah.
And so we're right now, and it's really an entire finance department exercise, getting that updated business license list, and we want to make sure that it truly is the accurate list before we then give that data back to host compliance. They've told me once we give them the data, it's just a matter of hitting refresh on their end. So the hard work essentially has been done on their part, and updating the data shouldn't. Once we get them the data, it shouldn't add too much time them giving us updated information on who's out of compliance and for what reason. So we may have situations where people do have a CUP and do have a business license, but maybe they haven't paid any TOT. Or it could be a situation where there's a posting for a house that doesn't have a CUP or doesn't have a business license.
Okay, so we're working again with Amanda in the planning department to gather all that information. It benefits the entire city, but it impacts both our departments. Again, finance works with the city treasurer to manage the city's investments. We've got about $25 million. That includes a lot of money that's in LAIF, the Local Agency Investment Fund with the state of California. It's a highly liquid account. That means that if we call them by 10 o'clock on any morning, we'll have the funds in place by the next morning. And that's kind of the way we do things with payroll. We call them a couple of days ahead of time. We need $250,000 to pay payroll. It gets deposited directly into our account. And since we're talking about accomplishments, we did prepare the revised fee schedule that the City Council adopted. Thank you very much for that. And again, we prepared the city budget for fiscal year 19, but it's a team effort. Every department contributed to this. It's a monumental effort in every city, and it doesn't matter what size you are. It takes months and months to put the city budget together. For next year, I want to take a hard look at investments, working with the city treasurer and other departments. Since we have some major capital projects coming on board, we have to include Public Works in the discussion. When are there going to be major draws, et cetera? So I want to get the city, make recommendations to the city manager to move money into investments that are going to lock the money in at a time when we're going to need the cash. But the market's doing pretty good right now. Most of our investments are paying about 1%. As they mature, we're rolling them into 3%. So just recently got approval from the city manager and city treasurer to roll $500,000 that had matured back in April into some short-term CDs, 3-year CDs. They were 2-year terms, and I think we can go out about 3 years. So we went out 3 years, and the interest return is going to be 3%. So as these CDs start to mature, we can move more money into higher earning investment. But there's also opportunities when we get a better handle on our cash flows to move money out of LAIF, which is paying 1.5% right now, and move it into some higher earning CDs as well, and maybe some short-term bonds. We're allowed to purchase bonds up to 5 years of maturity under California law, so there's bonds out there that are 3, 4, 5-year terms. We're looking at acquiring and installing a new budget preparation manual. So our budget preparation here, and a lot of what we do monthly is still manual. We're using Excel spreadsheets. I was using Excel spreadsheets in 1988 in another city. So we need to kind of move the city forward. We do have an accounting system that has a budget module. We're taking a hard look at it, and we'll make a recommendation to the city manager in that regard. We're not ready to do that yet. I want to make sure that the city gets what they need, and that it's something that we're going to be able to use for the next 5 or 6 years at least. I want to complete the FY17 and 18 audits. We've already begun working again with the outside auditor on the 17 audit. We should have that finished in the next couple of months, 60 days. And then immediately we're going to start on the FY18 audit in the fall, and we'll get those done by December. I'm pretty confident about that. I want to restructure some accounting codes. In going through the preparing the budget, we had to do mini audits in order to come up with more accurate numbers. And part of the issues that we saw were that there was a lot of charges to the incorrect account codes, and sometimes you look at a code and see that you have a $200,000 budget, but $10 are being charged to it, and you look at another code and you see the reverse. So we want to clean all that up. It's just an accounting thing. It's not a major problem. I want to start distributing quarterly financial reports to the City Council, and again, we'll be working on the fiscal year 20 budget for next year.
Bob?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
interrupt you for just a moment? Is this quarterly reports take place of the monthly financials that we've never actually received?
We haven't received any since I've been here, that's for sure.
We haven't received any in 4 years that I've been here.
4 years?
I liked the conversation I had
Yeah.
with Matt, which was maybe the city council should have a discussion about what we would like to see.
Yeah.
And then ask whether it's feasible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if I could get some guidance as far as what would be valuable information
Right,
for
because
you.
for instance, we get the sales tax info from HDL. I mean, we don't need that again.
Right.
But there are other things.
I would like to see monthly financials. If that's not feasible, I'd like to see quarterly financials to include a budget versus actual. And then as you move forward for the fiscal year 20 budget, I'd like to see us enter into a 2-year budget cycle rather than annual.
I support that idea.
Well,
And
and
I'm not to add to your list, but I do think it's important for purposes of maximizing our revenue. I really think that Ronell and Duffy, who have worked here since I can remember, have had a long relationship with us, but I think it's time to look to see whether bringing in a different audit company might be a useful thing to do.
We did, when we did their contract last year, we did specifically state that we would enter into it for one more year, but then go back out for RFP this year.
Yeah, and I've actually reached out and solicited proposals from a couple of firms that I've used in the past. I've not heard of Duffy, actually, but the other firms, they're well-known, and I've used them. They produce good work. But what we were hoping to do, is we can provide just simple monthly reports, expenditures, revenues, year-to-date, and then more detailed quarterly reports with analysis and projections and stuff like that.
And it's not necessarily just for us. I mean, it's imperative that the department heads know where they are in their own budget and how their own performance is doing. So it's really not just for us.
No, I agree. And just to let you know, we do, in finance, we do monitor departmental expenditures ongoing. So it's not that we're not monitoring it, but we haven't really had time, frankly, to prepare reports for the city council to review. For the department heads, the system doesn't provide the accounting system. If you press the button to print, you're going to get a report that's 560 pages. I don't like it. So Matt's going to prepare some nice Excel spreadsheets. It's going to require him to review the online 560-page report and download it, and then we'll give it to the department heads and the city council.
I mean, I guess life used to be simpler. I don't, like when I had my department head budget here, community services, salaries, wages, consumable supplies, equipment over $500. I didn't bother to care about the electricity. So there was like, uniforms. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And I don't know why it doesn't seem like a big deal to do something like that. And I don't know how they're, I always say, Dan, where'd you get the money to do that? And he goes, ugh. But you just don't know. And I don't know then if you do an accrual versus an actual or whatever, but you figure that out. Also on the revenue side, on your goals, now we're going into 4.5 years. The letter that went out, and before you were here, asking for people that do business with us to have numbered receipts. We gave them till, well, the timing got all goofy, but anyway, the letter said by January 1 of this year, which only gave them 2 weeks because there was a screw up. But anyway, they're out there, and we've had businesses that are on a cash basis, and a couple of them that I know would be a large generator of income for this city. So I really want to see that done. I think the first thing is just that list, whoever they sent the letters to, like the people that lease from us on the pier and that kind of thing, and the golf cart rental places and the parasails and all those places, is to say, what are you doing? Because there's so much cash that goes through a lot of those businesses that I know we're not getting our 4% or whatever we should be getting. And I think that needs to be done sooner than later. And I think it's first of it just follow up and somebody going around and say, let me see what you got, because numbered receipts aren't in a lot of those programs, and so it's very easy to skim the cash.
Yeah, we've had some discussions internally, and it's one of our goals for this year.
Okay, it wasn't on your list.
Yeah.
And then just kind of a wonky thing. On the estimated fund balances for 1819 under the special revenue fund, so it's page 2 of 2, the street, traffic control and safety. So the street shows, I'm sorry, street is actually the one. I think the Excel is wrong. It shows it shows it's adding operating revenues and operating expenditures for net operating revenue in the positive, but actually it should be minus 200,000. So it's a $700,000 swing if I'm right.
Where are you at, Pam?
I'm sorry. So it's under the projected fund balances, page 2 at the bottom. We have some special revenue funds that are included in the general fund projections. And if you look at the top line, it shows street with the beginning balance of 591,000, operating revenues, additional revenues of 100,000 roughly, and then operating expenditures of 374. But if you follow the line across, it says net operating revenue is going to be in the positive.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
I apologize, which,
Okay, at the last grouping on page 2 of 2, street, So shouldn't we be subtracting 374 from the 691? Yeah, okay. This is why we don't want to do Excel, I understand. Because the formula is just wrong in there. Okay.
And I can correct that and let you know what the actual,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, Matt has the ability to, on the spot, get back into the,
Yeah, that is
The guts of the system.
benefit of Excel, that's true.
so while he's looking that up, any other questions? Yep. On finance?
I would just like to make sure I understood then. So do you want to have any further discussion on how you want the reporting? Or are we good with the monthly, the quarterly, and the goal of a 2-year budget? Or do you want more conversation?
I think there was a basic of the monthlies with the detail for the quarterly. And again, I would really like for us, now that we're 12 months away, to work on our next budget going into a 2-year budget cycle.
And I'm assuming 2-year, meaning you adopt a 2-year budget, and then second year you adopt amendments to the 2-year if needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a mid-year budget review, right?
Yeah, well, you're going to have a first quarter budget review.
Okay.
Now, there's a word you've never heard before, isn't
I
it?
know, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember, may we get back to you in a few minutes?
Oh,
Councilmember?
yeah, no, I just
Okay.
had made a note of it. And
Sure.
meant to email and didn't have time.
And I guess we're ready for fire?
Yeah.
Fire department?
Okay, revenue and expenditures by department.
Mayor, council, city staff, good morning.
That's it?
Okay, so what we're going to do is take questions.
Oh.
If you have any questions.
If you like, I'll run through, just very briefly on the PowerPoint slide there. For our fiscal year 17-18 accomplishments, one of the things we're very proud of is our moving from ISO 4, from a 5 to a 4. Back in 2014, we were able to go from a 6 to a 5. And then with this year's accomplishment to an ISO 4, it puts us in the top 25% of departments nationwide. So that's a huge reflection on the terrific staff I have across the street there. And that also has a direct effect on insurance premiums for people in town. We also, our operational budget was balanced, and our budget for this year is fairly flat. We haven't had a lost time work accident of any significance in about 4 years. We've only had 2 small incidents of work time loss injuries in 4 years, and it puts us at about 125,000 safe work hours. We're proud of that, not only because we want to work safe, but because I'm very fortunate to have staff that sees the direct connection between if we're spending money to replace a broken piece of equipment, or spending money because shifts have to be covered with overtime because someone has been injured, that's money and dollars that can't be spent on new equipment or be set aside for future projects and things like that. Going forward for fiscal year 18 and 19, we want to continue down that trend of safe work and ongoing training. Our participation in the regional training group has been very well received, and that allows us to have an online training portal where we can train with the other 30 departments in the Los Angeles area. And it really has been beneficial for us just because of our location. One of the things that the group is working toward is we can do online components. Say it's a week-long training, rather than having to send staff over for a week-long training and hotels and rental cars and all that stuff. We can do the online component and then maybe only have to go over for 1 day for the hands-on component. That's been terrific. We continue to plan to be fiscally responsible, and I'm a huge proponent of forecasting. If there's projects that we can take small bites at and not have it be a huge undertaking and a huge cost, I'd love to do that. An example of that would be our roll-up doors a couple of years ago. Council approved some money for me to replace motors and some of the mechanics of the roll-up doors, and that was because our door maintenance staff said, your problem isn't the doors themselves, it's the motors, it's the components. So we were able to take small bites and get those things repaired and not have to have a huge cost associated with replacing the doors from top to bottom. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Bob or to whoever has questions.
Any
However we wanna do
questions?
it.
I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
The first one being, we've talked year over year about vehicle replacement for the fire department. Are you still in line with sending money aside for replacement?
I'm glad you brought that up. I would love to see money set aside. It was removed from the budget this year. I think it's prudent to set money aside for that. I don't want to have to stand up. Right now, we're in a good position. All of our vehicles are in good working order, but that can change. And I would love to set some money aside if it's available, just so that when the day comes to replace a piece of apparatus, that we can offset that cost.
But didn't this happen last year too?
Last year,
If I,
Yes.
back in 2015, I asked for $50,000. It was removed. Back in 2016, I asked for $100,000 and it was removed. And last year, $150,000 was added to the vehicle replacement fund as a whole. So it was available to me or to anyone else that needed vehicle replacement, which is fine. I just think it's prudent to set money aside so that when the day comes, that it's not such a burden. A new ladder truck, when that day comes, a new ladder truck's going to ring in easily at $800,000, and that's by today's prices.
so I don't think today is the day to do it, but I would like to put this in a near future discussion. I'm not personally, and the rest of the council might have a different opinion, but personally, I'm not comfortable with the change that we've done in the vehicle replacement fund over the last couple of years. And I think we need to really delve into that further. And I would like to see money put for the fire department specifically in each budget going forward. Those are not, easy little Ford Rangers to replace, but it's going to hurt. It's really going to hurt when one of those comes up. And we've been talking about it for at least 4 years is all I can represent, but this will be my 5th budget, and it seems to get kicked to the curb.
I agree.
If I could echo that comment, it seems to me that the vehicle replacement fund, first of all, there's no real explanation of how decisions are being made about what money goes into that fund for this. And equally, it seems like decisions are made about spending it that don't reflect forecasting and planning. But more importantly, in each of the meetings that I had with department heads, I had to ask, what did you ask for that's not included in this budget? And what was why did you think it was important? Or which ones did you think were most important? So what's missing from this budget that seems to have been in other prior budgets is a listing of what the department heads asked for, the city manager's recommendation, and some narrative about how the budget came to say what it says. Because that's the only way that I knew about this, and of course you knew about it because of prior request for it by the department head. The other thing, so I think I agree with the vehicle replacement thing. We really need to go back and look at how that's working or not working. I think that's a really good point. Did you have
I just
anything
had
else?
one more. When you bullet point here that your operational budget is balanced, can you give a little narrative as to your revenues and expenses, what those?
Sure. For example, our uniform budget is a contractual deal, and so there's a flat rate, so that's something that's very simple. We don't go over that by literally a penny. And then when we go down, for example, personal protective equipment, those are the firefighter turnouts, that's helmets, coats, boots, all the personal protective equipment. We've reached a point where we've replaced old equipment that the NFPA mandates or suggests that is replaced every 10 years. So we've gotten to a point where we've purged the system of old compliant stuff, and so it's just a matter, like I talked about earlier, taking small bites. We replace things as they're needed and don't don't let us get to a point where we're having to take these big bites, big expensive bites. So, for example, $10,000 last year was all that was budgeted and all that was spent to maintain our personal protective equipment. Air pack bottles, same thing. The maintenance of air pack bottles was $5,000 last year, and we were on budget with that. Fire hose, ambulance expenses as far as the medical supplies that are required for that. Radio maintenance, maintenance of the building itself, equipment maintenance specific to certain types of things. All those we were within our budget last year.
And where does your general revenue come from?
Our-
What are the sources of your revenue
We
for
have
your department?
two sources of revenue, the general fund, and we also receive revenue from our ambulance transports that we bill for.
So is there a percentage allocation that goes from the general fund to fire?
It's just whatever the difference is between his ambulance fees and the cost.
So that's kind of where I'm getting at when you say our operational budget is balanced. I'm wondering, how do we project how much percentage of our general revenue is going to the departments so
Well,
that they can have an idea of what their expenses could be for that year?
I understand what you're saying. And we could show that we could have an allocation of general tax revenues in each department. Generally, what we do here and in other cities as well is that the tax revenue shows up in one central budget. And then with regard to the operating budgets, the individual operating budgets, we show the revenues, which in the chief's case are primarily the ambulance fee revenues, and then the gap is funded by the general fund, but the general fund is funded by the tax revenues. So if you'd like to see a different format in the future, we can discuss that.
I have one advantage that maybe some of the other department heads don't, is that I'm the sole gatekeeper for purchase orders and things like that. So I don't have other people ordering stuff that I don't know about. So I'm not saying my way is the right way, but I keep my own books so that when I receive a report from finance, because there's a time lag with them processing all that paperwork, I can balance my own book. So that's my own OCD, and that I like to know exactly what I have all the time.
Yeah.
And so that's how I know that the money that I was allotted and the money that I have direct control over, that I was on budget for that.
So I think really where I'm going is a little bit to tag on to what Pam is kind of saying, that if you had $200,000 cut from your budget this year, and $100,000 of that was for vehicle replacement, $50,000 of that was for, potential contract negotiation increases or whatnot, and $50,000 of that was just for, y'all want orange T-shirts. And I think I would like to know what is being cut from the budget for you, because you're not necessarily looking at, it's not like Harbor, where we know what the Harbor revenues are, and then you can sort of determine your expenses on that. With you coming out of the general fund, I sort of want that decision to come to us as well to make, of how that budget gets structured. Does that make sense? I know what I'm trying to say, that I don't feel like we're participative in that part of the process.
And why would we be? I'm having a hard time finding out
Why would we be involved in that part of the process?
I mean,
Because
and I don't know-
in several
Because
years
it's
from
essentially
now,
the policy, it's policy
It's
making.
policy.
Like, where do we want to spend our money? Or if we want to spend extra money, where is it going to come from? I mean,
I see what
I
you're saying.
totally appreciate that it's the burden is primarily on you to come up
Yeah.
with the proposed budget.
Right.
But then it's up to us to figure out what are our priorities.
Yeah.
And that to me means more information, not less. That there are a range of things that you guys talked about that we don't know about. And decisions that were made that we don't know
No,
about.
I agree, because that used to be, if we put something in the budget and then we were able to say, but this is really, it didn't seem to be a priority with the administrative staff, with management, but it wasn't a priority as a department head. and those discussions.
It's just, it's a different format,
Yeah.
a different process, and I would prefer one where I know what it is that the department head asked for. It also gives us an idea of, like, are the department heads being realistic, or are they not? Or are they facing challenges that we don't know about? Or are they're anticipating challenges that we should be aware of and trying to plan for? And maybe it's not this year, and that's the decision you made. We don't need to handle it this year, we can handle it next.
Right.
Right.
But I want to know there's something coming up next year too.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's a question of process and format.
And I think it's a challenge. I just want to be fair to city staff too.
Right.
They're in a tough spot. We all serve different masters, and certainly, I want to make sure that we have good equipment and that we're forecasting all that. They've got to figure out a way to pay for it. So
Right.
I'm sympathetic to where they're at. That it's not like I guess I just want to say it's not like they're saying no, you can't have it. If there's a shortfall and we have to make that up somewhere, that's where they have to try to find a middle ground. And I don't know if it's possible. If maybe a suggestion would be, is there a way to maybe earmark money for vehicle replacement? And if we have a good year and that money stays there, great. If it has to be robbed for other projects, then maybe that's an option too. But at least we're trying to set some money aside.
But really, we've gotten into this kind of artificial approach to the budget, which is, well, we're only going to pay with capital improvements out of our reserves, but not operating. But it's all just money. So it's an artificial approach. Anyway, did you have anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, all right.
for now.
So there were two things, Chief, that I really appreciated your explanation about overtime, and in terms of your analysis as to whether there's a way to reduce it. So I'd like you to repeat that for the public, because I think it's important. And then the other thing, well, go ahead and do that, and then I guess the other thing is a question.
The overtime, obviously with the fire department, you have constant staffing. So if somebody calls in sick, takes vacation, those kind of things, you can't just work short. So there's always vacation, sick time to be covered. And you're talking about 3 different rank structures: a captain, engineer, firefighter. And so sometimes the idea is floated that, well, why don't we cover shifts with reserves? Well, we can't cover full-time shifts with reserves because there's a gap in knowledge, training, and experience. Most of the reserves, or all the reserves, do a great job, but most of them are working 2-3 jobs sometimes. So their time is very limited, and we would be asking them to do things that they're not necessarily trained for or have the experience in as a full-time professional firefighter. That's the first part of it. The other, and they do a terrific job with covering when we upstaff for fire weather, when we upstaff for special events, call outs. They come in and they staff the department. They're the backbone of the department, and when we need large numbers of firefighters. The other thing is, if you were to have a position that was able to cover a captain, engineer, and a firefighter, so that would essentially be a captain that you would have to pay those wages to, pay those benefits to. You'd also have to backfill vacation when they needed time off, and that person would still be subject to the same overtime rules that everyone else is. So when all that gets factored in and penciled out, the cost of having that person is over and above what we spend in overtime every year. There's more and more training. There's more and more callbacks. There's more and more, sending ambulances out into the interior for calls this time of year. You name it.
So you're estimating about a 20,000 drop for this coming year in terms of overtime? What did you base that on?
And that was based on, there's some possible changes to the FLSA rules and how the overtime is calculated, and also because that was new to the process, it was underestimated on previous years. And so over the past 3 years, we've found a better balance and come up with a better number. It's hard to forecast overtime because sometimes some years more vacation is taken than other years. Sometimes if there was a workers' comp injury and somebody was going to be off for 2 months, that would all factor into it.
Okay. And then speaking of workers' comp, I kind of think it's unfair that the department that had the safety record they had is now going to absorb $30,000 more in their budget in workers' comp expenses. We don't have anything built into our budgets, or department budgets that incentivizes departments to adopt safety.
How workers' comp is allocated across departments, it's based on the
Right.
billable hours. So if Harbor, for example, has a staff of, I believe, 12 people, the amount of that they would absorb is their portion of the city's labor force.
Right, I understand how you do it. I'm just saying it doesn't reflect necessarily the reality by
But-
department to department.
Right, so in theory, I guess finance should have, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but finance should have the lowest workers' comp claims, because other than carpal tunnel, I think we're, so, I mean, we could change the way, I guess, we
Yeah,
structure.
and I'm not
it.
suggesting we change the accounting, I'm just suggesting we change the culture.
Well, Councilmember,
That we
and
somehow find ways within the budget to incentivize departments to have better safety records. And Chief employs something they do at Edison, where he used part of his budget to get jackets for people based on having a great safety record. But we don't have any safety program other than what each individual department puts together.
well, what we could do in the future is we would base the allocation of workers' comp based on actual history. And that's really where we need to get to. Right now, it's just a pro rata distribution of citywide costs, but it is possible and common, actually, to base the allocation on actual history. And in that manner, you do reward departments, because as they manage their workers' comp claims, or they have no claims, let's say, as you manage those claims, then their annual workers' comp costs keep going down.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a great idea, and maybe you just want to put it on the list of things we could do.
And I know, Councilmember Albers, that last year, at some point, we came up with several ideas to do just what you're stating. And it was poo-pooed at that time, never got to council though, but it was with administration thinking that it encouraged people not to report when they were actually injured. That was the argument, so we can bring that definitely back at a
That would be
future-
great, and if some of the work is done, then we're that much further ahead. Okay, great, thank you.
And then I don't know if this is the time, but I'd like some clarification on the whole budget presentation to you. Do you want me to go back and give you some of the wish lists that the department heads had given? None of them, I believe, had items removed without their discussion in encouraging them, or them coming forward on our 4th or 5th time meeting, what can you cut from your budget? So do you want me to bring the things back to you? And in the future, am I supposed to present, or whoever, to present to you all the wish list, and you're going like, what are you bringing all this to us for? Because it's way over out of our budget. So I guess I would like a little more direction of what you're asking. I understand your rationale of the department head's wish list.
I think even a tab, a section that says, here's the beginning of what we started with, and we'll be able to determine what made it to the budget and what didn't.
Okay.
But for me, it's several different reasons. One, I'd like to see that we are forward thinking, that we are planning, that there are suggestions, that there is engagement, and what those ideas are and needs, or whether critical or non-critical needs. So I think that information is just valuable and helps us to figure out how we got to, if we started with a $50 million budget and we came down to a $34 million budget, what did we determine wasn't needed or could be pushed forward?
Okay. Thank you.
And for me, it's only because you're the first department up here, well, second, but for something that I would like to see is, I'd like to see an organizational chart of each department, not with names of staff, but just, so, you say you have 12 people plus reserves plus, so it'd be nice to see that, and then just job titles. So I would like to see that in each department. And then the other thing I would like is, I know, and I talked this over with previous city managers, is you have your goals, I'll just pick on you first, your goals, but when it comes time to an evaluation, unless you know what all their goals are, how do you actually,
Evaluate.
you know, and so it's a reflection of their job description, for example, their supervisorial skills and that kind of things, but it's also these goals, like with your goal, safety and training, I would say if I was your supervisor, what are the safety and training things you're going to be doing? So then after 6 months, you can go, oh, did you get this, and this, you know, and as much as people can date those kinds of things, or put them on a calendar, a timeline, I think that would be good. Those are just two things. And then I have a question. Are we still getting money from Hamilton Cove for the fire truck? Yes? And that's $25,000 a year or something like that? Does that?
6.
I brought,
Oh, 6?
6.
Oh.
It's not even one of my pet peeves.
the notes I have from back in June of 2016 was that there's a total of $18,750 that's been set aside from Hamilton Cove. They've made 3 payments at $6,250, and it caps out at $175,000. So I believe that the way that it was written a long time ago was that their forecasting was that the project was going to move in small increments, but in a bigger project, not as slow and small as it's been. So I believe that that's why there's such a limited amount of money and such small payments over the years.
So as they develop that, somebody knows that figure should increase?
Per unit.
So like these 3 places they just built might increase it a couple of bucks.
Right.
No, but that was 6 and 6 and 6 over 3 years, right?
But that's all they get.
Right. But now they just built 3 homes. Oh, a one-time payment, I'm
So-
sorry.
And
Okay.
I thought we kicked this can down the road again. I thought we wanted somebody to look into it and ask the developers out there if they would be interested in just paying it off and doing it. And I don't know what happened to that, and maybe it was a year or 2 ago. But we did discuss about the fire truck and the money, just making a one-time payment of $175,000, whatever it may be, instead of just throwing pigeon food out there.
I
every-
vaguely remember that conversation now, and
Yeah.
I think it had to do with the fact that we entered into a development agreement, and so
Correct.
we would have to amend the development agreement.
Right.
And
If
I
they were
don't think it,
agreeable, if
I
they
don't
were
think we
willing
went
to
any
agree.
further.
And that was,
Yeah.
and that was the question, but we never followed up on it. That's what I'm
I
getting
mean,
at.
if there was agreeable, yeah. If they
Yeah,
were
if it would
agreeable
be
to
a-
agree.
It would be agreeable
Sorry.
on their part.
Yeah.
Because of our contract with them, I think is what but it still would be nice to have that maybe looked at and see if we could talk to them to see if they will be agreeable to that.
Okay.
You should probably go up to the mic, sorry, Amanda.
Cindy's right, it was in the development agreement, and they agreed to do the $6,200 per unit, because then each unit would absorb that payment, rather than the developer having to make a huge lump sum out of pocket and then try to recoup it from the development as it occurred.
And there wasn't anything based on the size of the unit, it's just per unit?
Just
And then
per
the
unit.
Triana units didn't relate to that?
No, the issue with Triana, I think, was if the company moves forward with additional units in Bird Park, they're gonna have to upsize the saltwater service, because there's not sufficient pressure, I don't think, to add more units in Bird Park.
No pressure at all.
And if we ever get at the DDA, we should put up CPI into it.
I'm sorry, what?
If we ever get a chance to get at the DDA, we should put a CPI on the inflator in there, since $6,000 3 years ago is not worth $6,000 today.
I would
Correct.
agree. I would agree.
Right.
Fire truck's not
Okay, thank you.
175,000.
Any other questions of the council? Other department heads have questions for the department head? Okay, then I think we're good. Thank you,
you.
Chief. Is there anything else? Last
No,
word?
you know what, I'd just like to recognize city staff. There's been a tremendous amount of work that goes into the budget. I don't envy their positions and having to get their arms around that. And so I just wanted to thank them.
And thank you for working so cooperatively with
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next we have Community Services and Recreation.
We're going to pass that off till tomorrow.
Oh, wait, can we just go through it to prepare questions?
Just a note, one of the things that didn't get funded that the Recreation Department had requested was shade parking for City Park. And I remember in a conversation with Mr. Greenlaw that the shade that's being proposed for Phase 1 is going to be movable. So I'm hoping you guys could work together and maybe that shade could get moved to Machine Gun Park.
Well, that funding is for the mole project. It has to be on the mole project, so that phase, yeah, and then after we get done, yes,
Yeah.
we can move it.
Okay.
Exactly, I'm following now.
Okay.
So the teen center makeover is completed, I believe.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
So that's in goals for 18-19. But just, I know that we'll catch Dan up, but I would like to also see some lighting modifications built in for Machine Gun Park. I walk that nearly every evening, and I do walk it every morning, and it is still, all these years later, still is sort of a gathering spot for interesting activities in the evening time. And a lot of that is due to the lighting. There's a lack of lighting. There's also, once the sun goes down and many people do family gatherings and barbecues out there, and they're simply barbecuing in the dark. So I'd love to see some improvements. That was a request I had through several budgets.
And let me ask, to add on to that, though, is that something Edison would put those poles in, and we just pay the electric bill?
The particular lights that are there are, they're so old school that they don't
Oh, I know.
actually
Yeah.
produce much light, even when they do have bulbs in them.
Right.
Most of the time, the bulbs are burnt out.
Yeah.
So I don't, I hear that Edison owns those poles, but I think the city might be able to participate, even with some string lighting, something else, just to keep
Yeah.
some lighting up in that part, but.
I think Dan might be able, sorry to interrupt, I think Dan might be able to speak to it better, but in the CIP budget, there is City Park lighting set aside.
Yeah. There's 10,000 for City Park lighting.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And I'm wondering maybe, so, I don't know, from a process standpoint, whether it makes sense to talk about capital improvements for each department, or just make Mr. Greenlaw go through all those? Because there are some things in recreation that I had questions about.
So I'll just you'll see in the presentation, I'll go through a lot of that, but then there could be other department heads that come up during that time as you go through that list. And
Okay,
maybe,
I'm deferring to the
or whatever, which,
staff as to how you wish to have it, how
think that's
you
the way the
plan to propose it.
that's the way the presentation is set up.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll wait, I guess, for some of those to.
Okay. That's all I had for rec.
And Gabby's going to pass out to you, Matt already had a whole list of each department and the positions, just so you can see that.
Dang, Matt.
Yeah.
Quick, isn't he?
He did.
Well, while Gabby's passing that out, I did talk to Dan last week. He came by because he got a $5,000 donation for.
I'm sorry?
So Dan did come by last week to mention to me that he received a $5,000 donation for the carpet, to pay for the carpet.
Really?
At
Wow.
the teen center, so.
Good,
He wanted to
good.
make sure we recorded that,
Yes.
but
Good.
I'm sure he'll have more later.
Do you need all of the donation received? Or is it only physical funding that the city has received?
Well, we give the department credit for the donation, but it's funded through the city. So if we don't receive a donation, it's in the budget. And we show the donation as an offset, but
Okay.
on the expenditure side, it's budgeted in there.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on community services? Move on to the next one, planning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry. On recreation, so just because I didn't have a chance to talk with the city manager, or the city council about this. So at my last LA County Commission meeting, we had a presentation from the czar of the County Homeless Initiative, who was spending about $800 million a year on homelessness prevention and related services in an effort to reduce homelessness across the county. I'm just bringing this up in recreation because we used to do social services as part of recreation. Right. But I think it's an organizational issue for the city manager to think about. There are monies available that we should be accessing. There are two problems. Number one, we don't have any reliability in providing data to the county about what our homeless count is. There was a homeless plan submitted under Gateway COG. We're not on it. And you have to be part of a plan in order to get monies, but there are monies. They will send somebody over to do outreach with people who are either facing homelessness or are homeless, so, housing insecure people as well as people who are homeless. So I just feel that there's money out there that we should be taking advantage of, and it is an issue in our community. That we don't have any money in our budget to address, so we need to access whatever monies there are. So, being Dan, of course, said, well, I don't have experience in it, but if you need me to do that or the city calls on me to do it, I'll figure out how to do it. But that's not really for us to decide. I think that's really the city manager's kind of looking around and seeing, is it split between departments? And I don't know.
The homeless, that group came to us a couple of years ago, and we had a meeting, and yes, they said they could send an outreach worker over, but over there, they're visiting them more regularly because it's one day, and then we don't have the services that those folks need. And to tell to the homeless people that we know, none of them are really ready to say, I want to move to Long Beach to be able to get all the services.
No, but there are other things, like there are people who have valid disability claims that have never been filed. They can be helped with that. They may not know that there are the resources over town.
They probably don't. A lot of them don't.
A lot of them don't.
Yeah.
So,
I know.
And I don't know whether there's any way to get those monies to help with what the community church is doing. I mean, they have transitional housing. That's the only place.
Yeah.
So it just seems to me that it is an issue. It's there. We need resources, and if there's a way to access those resources,
I know, because we've talked about how we would set up something locally, a place for people to stay. It brings up a lot of issues, a lot of challenges, I should say. Opportunities, yes. Okay.
Okay, that was it.
Okay, so we're on to planning. Amanda Cook.
Yeah.
I just wanted to note that we did participate in the last county's homeless count, and we do have quite a few people that
And did that money get transferred to the Gateway COG?
That's what I was going to check, if maybe I can ask you offline. Because we participated under the county's count, I don't know if we would have been included in the county's numbers and not separate.
Where does that information go? When you do the count each year, where do you turn it into?
I apologize, Cindy, I can't remember the name of the agency right off the top of my head, that we've done the count with them over about the past 3 years. Mm-hmm. But I can get back to you exactly which agency it is that's doing that.
Okay, because there is a disconnect for the last 2 years on the Gateway COGS. The big push in January for the homeless count, we've come up with 0 for the last couple of years. 3 years ago, I believe we had 2.
I don't believe that's correct.
This past year, I think we had about...
On the information that the Gateway COG receives and put out. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying.
They're not getting it.
This is where, the COG contracts PATH, who came, talked to us, along with LA County Social Services. So that's the information I've been trying to get, is in order to get us on COG's homeless plan, we need to get them the data. So
yes, I agree.
Let's start with where it's going right now, and then I'll help facilitate through the COG getting the information there so that we can be included in the future.
Okay, I will definitely get you that. Okay, so planning's been kind of doing what we do. We, I don't know, do you want me to read through the accomplishments and the...
It just went away.
I know. Pat's aware.
There we go. We got it.
Mine's
Oh.
Gas.
It reset.
Pat, right here. This one's out too. Mine's out. Everybody else?
I'm okay.
Well, that ends our budget presentation.
You press this again?
Yes, I did.
Oh. Unplugged.
Oh, here, I got another one. I got a spare. I think I have a spare.
Here,
What's your birth?
any other kind of cable match?
It's okay. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so our past year's accomplishments, we processed 46 land use entitlements through May 2018. We've issued over 70 building permits for construction valued over $14 million. We processed 3 subdivision maps. We completed implementation of the iWork software for processing our building permits and tracking the inspections. We applied for and got the grant for the LCP update, and we have entered into a contract and are proceeding on that process. We've updated the requirements for the conditional use permits for transient rentals, and we'll probably be doing that again this year. We updated the sign ordinance, and we're already seeing some glitches in the new language, so that may be coming back as well. We updated the SRO ordinance. We updated the administrative permit requirements, and we streamlined and improved our plan check procedures, primarily for how we handle corrections and resubmittals. Our goals for the next year is the completion of our limited LCP update is going to be done by December 2019. We're developing an implementation plan for the effects of the sea level rise. That's going to be the outcome of that LCP update. We also are required by the State Lands Commission to do a sea level rise report for our tidelands leases. We're working on getting our strategy together for the full LCP update to include the annexation. We're finalizing the details on what we want to present on the residential rental inspection program. We'll need to adopt the development standards for the new low-density resort recreation zone that we created in the general plan. Let's see, we need to do our general plan progress report for OPR. It's where we go through the general plan and go through all the goals and implementation policies and see where we are with those. We're continuing to work with the Island Company and on any housing projects that they want to come in. We're going to be working and expanding and improving our department webpage so that there's a lot more information out there for the public. See, I mentioned transient rental. We're working with BB&K and Elizabeth Hull on an accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which may be a way to garner additional housing for Avalon. We need to update our inclusionary housing ordinance to comply with state law, and we also need to update our density bonus program. So those are our goals for this next year. We were able, in our initial budget review with the department heads, to reduce our budget a little bit over what it was last year. So, but our cost and expenditures proposed for the budget are basically the same. If you'll see in our expenditure budgets, we have several contract services line items that operate out of the planning department. Those are legal services that are given to the public. That's your plan check and building permit services and any of your other planning services. I took a quick look on the revenues and expenses for the department, and in our plan check services, we had an expense estimated by the end of this year of a little over $9,700, but we actually took in $77,000 in revenue for plan check. In building permits, where the expected cost for our building inspector is right at $80,000, but our projected income on building permits income is over $200,000 for this past year. And then our plan check applications, the estimated revenue on plan check applications is $87,000, which covers all of those other miscellaneous contract services, and some of those services are even reimbursable. So we're not completely covering the cost of our department, but we've got it up to about 1/3. And do you have any questions for me?
So was there a discussion about a full-time building official? But
We have had that conversation several times. We have actually put it out to bid twice in the last couple of years. And based on what the city had proposed to pay for that individual, we did not receive applicants from those who had the credentials that we felt that position required.
because I just feel kind of like with code enforcement, when they know code's off, people don't behave.
I agree.
And
but-
same with the building inspector, you know, and that, I just keep seeing all of the water heaters, for example, that come into town in the back of somebody's truck, and we're missing out on those kind of revenues. Now, whether what we're losing out would pay for the, you know, the rest of a full-time building official, I don't know, but I just think a lot of stuff gets.
Well, if you were to just look at the cost of the building inspector and the revenue that we make off of building permits, there's more than enough to cover that position. But of course, those revenues go into the city's pot of money, so it's not just for us.
Right.
But our current contract, we are paying $85 an hour for this individual. I just heard from the county this morning, if we wanted to contract with the county on an as-needed basis for an inspector that would be qualified to not only do small residential projects, but that also be qualified to do larger commercial projects, and the cost from the county would be $113 an hour.
113.
And we're proposing to pay someone $29 an hour plus benefits, which adds another 50%. So one of the challenges last time around is we had a person interested, but finding housing that they can afford to pick up and move over here is a hurdle
Right.
in that endeavor to find a full-time person, a full-time employee.
Yeah. Well, and then, so we're paying $85 an hour for our current inspector, and also housing. I mean, do we have the per diem on top of all of that?
Yes.
So that fee of $85 an hour isn't just go to the building inspector, that's to the
Right.
company that we have the contract with, just to make
Right.
sure, so it pays for his benefits also.
Right.
And yes,
then
we do
how often
pay
is
housing
he
and
here?
food.
How many
What's
hours
his
do we-
schedule?
Yeah, what's his schedule?
He comes on the first boat Tuesday, and because we have so many large commercial projects going, he stays through Thursday on the 350 boat.
I wonder, I don't know what his other, if that position is working full-time, but I wonder even if he'd be willing to just switch it up every once in a while, just to surprise people. I don't know. Something.
Sure. It's our choice.
Yeah, but I don't know how flexible he is at this moment, but I don't know. I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that we do need a full-time building official. I think
I
we've all
agree.
kind of said that, unless we're changing our tune.
I mean, if we could find someone in a perfect world, if you
Right.
had someone who had the credentials that wanted to come on the first boat in the morning and go back on the 350 boat every afternoon, and then they wouldn't need to live in Avalon. They could just commute every day,
Right,
like the teachers do.
like the teachers do. Yeah, I don't know if we can, I don't know what I say from here.
Well, I
Is
think
it a
the-
direction, or is it just a?
I think what we found, excuse me, Richard, I was.
No, go ahead.
I think what we found was the cost to the city, we could save a little bit of money if we went with an employee. So I think the effect on the budget is not substantial, even if we were to go from a contract person to an employee person mid-year.
And could we contract with this person we currently have without using the company that he works for?
We could, but we would need to go through the process of going out to bid.
Right.
And issue an RFP and allow other people to put in a proposal.
I
But
would
yes,
like
we
us
could do
to,
that.
I would like us to look at something.
Yeah, I wondered if Long Beach has
I have not reached out to Long Beach. The numbers I got was from LA County.
We were discussing at one time too about the developer's fee and the contractor's fee, where some of that money could come out and go towards the building inspector's fee at one time, but
Right.
whenever that takes place, I always thought that could come out of there, I think. That's, I think one of the
Oh,
discussions.
exactly. Yeah, that would
That
make
would take
sense.
out of that fee to pay for that whenever we get to that point.
That's
I think somebody said it was doable, but
Yeah.
we don't
Is-
know.
Is the development fees in planning or in public works?
You mean the development impact fees that
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
pursuing?
Is
I
it
think
Public
that-
Works?
I think, my understanding is it would become almost like part of our fee schedule.
No, but you
Okay,
mean the
but
processing,
the
like
process,
where,
yeah.
Right.
I think it's Mr. Greenlaw,
Greenlaw
because he doesn't have enough to do.
Okay,
He acquired it.
okay.
Yeah, one of his goals.
Okay, we haven't got there yet, so I just wanted to know where to ask at.
Okay, well, I had a question, and again, it's one of these assumptions. So the estimate for 17-18 is 200,000, which is a lot of income, but we also have a lot of big projects going on. And I don't know how much of the revenue related to those in terms of building permits is allocated, does it all come in at once when they get their permit? Or is there more that we expect from these larger projects? Because the 190,000 that's projected, if it's all for new projects, I'm not really sure that that's a good number.
I had discussed with the finance that we may need to lower that projection just a little. I don't anticipate having very much more income from the current commercial projects. If they come in and they need to make some type of change at this point in the process that requires additional plan check or additional permits, an example would be we're processing the sewer plan for the Zane Gray. So that's requiring an additional plan check and permit fee, but it's not very much.
Okay, and I think
And so I think we had discussed possibly being a little more conservative in that number.
Right, and this is actually just building permits.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not plan check, which is supposed to at least pay for itself. I mean, that's a per project, but this is just revenue on building permits.
Yes, that's correct.
So it's actually 190,000 more than what was budgeted for 17-18, but I'm looking at the actual.
Right, the estimate for year end for 17-18 is 200,000 for building permits. And we're proposing 190,000 going forward.
Right, because realistically, the only projects that are going to be going forward are tear downs, but you're not going to see much new development until the water situation gets resolved.
That's true. And I think
Right.
if you look at the 17-18 budget, I think a good guideline is the actual for 16-17, because I think some of those initial building permits and plan check fees for these large projects possibly could have been in the early part of year 17, and so could be reflected in that 16-17 number. And I think the end result of that assumption is that 200,000 for 17-18 doesn't necessarily include all of the permits and all of the plan check for the big four.
Yeah,
projects.
the line that I'm looking at, Amanda, is just building permit. Plan check's called out separately.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I think the point I'm making is, yes, we don't want to project more than what we've done the last 2 years, because we're not going to have the big four on our books. But I think the point I was making is the revenues we generated from the big four may have been spread out over 2 fiscal years and not just one.
Okay. All right.
And just on the goals thing, the training for the planning commission members is something that I would like to see, and I think the least expensive way is to have somebody come here so we don't have to ship them all over town.
Yeah.
And then Cindy, did we want to look in any more to the rent sustainability concept?
I do.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The rent stabilization, the rent stabilization thing like they have
Okay.
on the mainland, if we wanted to.
Where they have rent control?
Rent control.
Rent
what-
stabilization.
Is really what we're,
Each
rent
the new term.
stabilization is the
Okay.
politically correct
Yes.
term.
I Um,
I mean,
Okay.
I mean,
I don't even know how you would go about, I guess you have to do a study, you have
Well,
to.
There's
press
so
the
much
ordinance.
information already out there from so many different cities.
yeah. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as saying you can't have, I mean, the city, I even got some stuff. I mean, some of that is that's just going online and saying here, just like you gave me on the inspection program, you know, you look for a couple cities, and the League of California Cities can probably tell you the ones that have them and give you sample ordinances, and then you can have your planning commission look at them, but, anyway,
Okay, so the directive from the council is to proceed with developing a rent stabilization
we're
program.
just looking into, at least.
Looking into it and presenting information on it.
Yes, presenting information, and maybe have your planning commission kick it around. Because I see a lot of these things that I see you having to do is what you just do in your office. It doesn't involve a lot of planning commissioners, and maybe you can tax them, because some of them really want to work for you.
Well, all of these ordinance updates will involve.
Will come
the-
before them,
The planning
yes,
commission.
yeah. But I mean, you have a lot of work there.
And
So,
I agree with Pam. I think that income's overstated at about 100,000. Because there's not that many projects coming down the road for next year.
Island Company's gonna redo the bathrooms at the pavilion, that's about it, right?
Not $100,000 for
Pretty expensive bathroom.
I don't know why I always think of TOT coming under planning. It's really not, but I just think in terms of like vacation rentals
So
and
we
whatnot.
just have so much fun with transit
I know.
rentals.
That being said, we've talked about it, and I don't think we've ever implemented a minimum TOT fee per unit. So for example, if I have a vacation rental and I just decide I want to keep my permit, but I don't want to actually rent my unit, isn't there a minimum fee?
$12.
Okay,
It's
so
12% of income.
did we talk about wanting to look at that? So I would like to get that into, for sure, next year's fee schedule, but if there's something we can do to look at that beforehand, and I honestly don't know, guys, if that's a finance department project or whatnot, but.
We had talked about that as in one of our many conversations about conditional use permits, was did we want to impose a minimum amount of rental income that you had to show in order to keep the permit active, and that didn't pass. One of the things that I'm proposing bringing back in the transient rental world is that there seems to be a lot of support to eventually get the transient rental permit out of the land use world and into the business license world. But we have to deal with the ones that are currently on the books, and we want to do it in a way that it doesn't result in a taking and we all get sued. So we've been working on some language to perhaps sunset the ones that exist so that it automatically the people that currently own it, it automatically transfers to the new owner, but the new owner only gets the business license version, not the land use version.
Yes.
And then the new owner doesn't think he has something that he can sell to the
Yes.
third person,
Right.
but he gets the benefit of a permit, and the current owner gets the benefit of passing it on. So they don't lose the right to the break happens when it sells. So that was one of the
So
ideas we
it-
thought about bringing back.
So it goes from owner number one as a land use. Owner number two is a business permit. Owner number three has to reapply for a CUP altogether.
Well, wait a minute, and why
She
does
just said
it?
there's no CUP in that.
That the third owner would have to come in and apply for the business
Okay,
license.
why
right,
doesn't
right,
the
right.
second owner have to, okay, so
Because
I.
the first owner has a vested right in that land use entitlement. And most of them see that as an asset to the property.
Yes.
If we take that from the current owner, it could be construed as a taking. But if we allow them to have something that they can transfer, even though it's not a land use entitlement, the new buyer still gets it. They automatically get it. But they know that when they buy the property, they are not going to be able to immediately transfer it on. So this person doesn't lose out. The second person gets it, but not to pass on. And then the third person just has to come in and apply.
So.
Who keeps track of that?
Yeah, who keeps track of that? I guess we will. But
But that's just one of the
Hire
things
somebody
we're
else.
thinking about bringing
Right,
back.
right. And things like, if they don't use it, I mean, if it costs over $2,000 to ask for a
Under our
hearing,
new fee schedule, it's $3,100.
of $3,100 for a CUP, I would think something like at a minimum, if they want to keep that CUP, they've got to pay something like that amount of money. I mean,
Well, we talked
But it-
about past having the business license for that permit being more than
More.
$24 or whatever it is.
exactly.
So what I don't get is, every land use permit says if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yes, the language says it lapses.
Right. Through disuse.
Mr. Campbell has said, we can't just assume that it just lapses, that we have to actively revoke it.
Right.
Which
What's the
I don't
time limit
agree.
on that? Is there a time limit, or is it just
If
be
it says if
every
you
year.
don't.
a year,
if you
6
don't
months,
Use it for a year.
a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
It lapses and becomes null and void
Yeah.
and.
But getting that $12, here, you stay at my place.
But that's
for-
not you, yeah, okay, well.
That's not appropriate.
I mean,
mean, that's-
I'm not suggesting, I would think that we do have the authority to say, with this particular permit, use means that you rented a certain amount of time,
Right.
And that's how
a
we.
number of days or whatever, and that naturally would generate not necessarily a set amount of money per unit, because everyone's going to be different, but that it had been used equally, the
Right.
number of days, it makes sense to me. And
A
I
minimum
think there
number of
is
days,
interest-
perhaps not a minimum amount.
Yeah.
Right. And then there was a discussion about the grandfathering of those, and I guess that's along with the thing of the taking. If I've had a CUP for 50 years on my place, my house is paid for, my place is paid for, there's something about the value. If I pay $800,000 today, but I bought a house 50 years ago at that, that's kind of, what am I trying to say? Because there was something about you would have to maybe, help me out here, Mandy.
I think
And what is
it-
it that we're trying to achieve?
Well-
Fewer CUPs?
I think
Or
the,
Well,
the
number
premium
one,
when
getting-
people sell their house?
Yeah, well, number one of the goals is to not, down at that third-party level, is not to have your property worth more than mine because you have a CUP on it.
Okay.
So that would
The
keep it
premium.
down maybe,
The
so if we
premium.
wanted to buy
Okay.
local, maybe we could. So that's one thing. Number two is the city deserves the money for the inconvenience of the CUPs, and there's probably a third
right.
benefit
So
there as
this,
well.
I don't want to take up the whole budget meeting with
Right.
CUPs.
Yeah.
So, but this is coming back. So we're going to have it in front of the planning commission with some of these ideas, and we'll bring it back to you guys. So that's one of our goals for this next year.
Good, thank you.
Anything else from you?
So do we have some direction or consensus on the amount of revenue?
No, they'll come back with us.
it's a little overstated.
Okay.
Oh, on that one
Yeah.
item, yeah.
So we want to, Bob, drop it down to what it was for 17-18, which is just a straight 100,000.
Well, I think we received 125,000 in prior year. That's probably a more appropriate number. What do you think?
I can live with that.
Yeah.
Okay, 125.
So we're going to drop the building permit projected revenue, or for the budget, to 125?
Yes. To the prior year.
I think you want to do that
So
with
then
the
that would.
planning fees as well.
Yeah.
The 50,000 planning application fees should probably be reduced to 30.
Well, I think the planning application fees,
Well, that's going to be a function of how many
right, okay.
projects.
So you make that 30, okay. So that would.
And then I had a question in terms of the LCP update. Is this to incorporate all of the planning ordinance changes that have been made throughout the years? No.
This is strictly to address sea level rise and develop a strategy on what to do for sea level rise.
The
That's what the
LCP,
grant was for.
the LCP update?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The general LCD update, we got to update the LCD for everything else. costs.
Yeah, the general,
Okay,
yeah,
right,
the
and
second
that's the
one would
longer
be
range plan.
the
Okay.
a much longer process, a much more expensive process, and that will come next.
And just a quick, training for staff, because your assistant or whatever, is that something that she's involved with, ongoing training to increase her skills?
She's, this past year, she took an online CEQA class from UC San Diego, I believe.
Okay.
And she's been to a couple other classes, and then I go to a couple of classes during the year, so that covers the two of us. I did not budget training for planning commissioners, so if you want to
Yes.
put that, if that's in this budget, then you would need to increase the training.
If you,
for-
I mean, I would say, okay, if you brought in a specialist for the day, or maybe 2 days, it shouldn't cost more than $10,000, should it?
We put, I believe we put something in there. I'm looking.
I mean, we have $5,000 in there. If you want to bump that up another, I don't think it would cost $10,000. I think.
Okay, I was
I don't
just.
think so either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because even the League of California City has those training courses, and the one that I had wanted to go to way back in the day was only like $325, and it was in LA, so it
They
was
have
just a day trip.
A Planning Commissioners Academy, but the next one's not till March.
Yeah, we cannot wait that long.
No.
So we could send it over in March.
No, let's see if they can bring somebody here.
Okay. So we want to increase training and travel maybe to $8,000? Add $3,000 to it for commissioner
Or are you
training?
saying the $5,000?
Well, the $5,000 is also for all the department staff.
Oh, so we'd have to add, okay.
That's why I was saying if you want to increase it a little bit.
Can we increase it like 3 or 4?
Yep, it's
Going
currently
once,
5.
going
so it's like
twice?
that.
Okay,
So I was proposing to 8, increase it by $3,000.
sure.
Okay. So for training and travel and the expenses.
Oh, I asked a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Amanda. I don't have any
Thank
other
you.
questions from,
Nope.
okay. Thank you very much.
Can I hop off of the PowerPoint just quickly? Matt, if you could give us the account codes for Pat Grady's budget. He has to leave in the next little bit, and I want to make sure if council has any questions for him on his budget.
So it's in the,
Internal services.
yeah.
No, that's account.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council.
Morning.
What you see before you on the screen is the capital projects that I'm recommending for this upcoming fiscal year, IT-related projects. Yeah, I think I got that. Yeah, thanks. The first item are the general upgrades at $12,000. This is generally what we've been spending on a year-to-year basis, and that includes replacing equipment that goes out, printers, those types of day-to-day equipment that's used. I'm estimating we're ending up about $12,000, so I budgeted another $12,000 for that. So I'm not seeing any changes in that for this upcoming fiscal year. Mobile work orders, this is for the field, for the public works. We currently do have a work order system that we're using. The next phase is to purchase 2 tablets that we can actually use in the field. So some of the crews can actually do the work orders on the spot in real time in the field. So they can close out work orders, they can see any new work orders that are being generated, and have that capability to do so. If that goes well, then I anticipate maybe expanding that to additional tablets in the upcoming fiscal years.
Just a tablet is $1,000?
Yes. Yeah, roughly $800, and then the implementation, the setup, and all of
So
that.
my question was, are there any software apps where they could just use their cell phone? Because you're just talking about generating data that goes to
Yeah, but
the central place.
The work order system is designed for a 10-inch screen for the most part. So it's not really designed for the cell phone that has the really small screen. So by using a cell phone, they'll be probably spending more time scrolling through the screen to get to all the fields and put in the information. That's why the tablet.
No,
makes
I guess
a lot
what I
more
was
sense.
asking, are there any off-the-shelf software apps that would do the same thing?
Yes, there is, but just at a lot higher cost. So the software that we implemented here is one that I designed at a fairly reasonable cost. I've implemented work order systems for other agencies that go anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000.
Okay.
Code enforcement, mobile equipment implementation. This is an item where code enforcement has been looking into automating their process as well for everything they do in the field in terms of writing their tickets. As you know, everything is done on a manual basis right now. So the idea behind this is to automate that and also purchase some mobile equipment that they can utilize out in the field.
I'm sorry, I thought we already had that. What, in addition to what they have now?
That's the data ticket, that's strictly just for citations on vehicles.
Oh, okay, okay. Good, thank you. Because that's working well, that's nice.
Yes, very efficient, very fast.
The capital projects real-time updates to the public. This is a transparency item in terms of providing the public visibility on the city's capital projects. So basically what they would see is they can go on our website, they would see a list of all of the projects, how much was budgeted, what the cost is to date for that project, a timeline where it is, and what the anticipated completion date is. So it's basically just a synopsis in one screen of all the projects that are currently in progress. Fog tracking, this is the fats, oil, and grease tracking system in terms of just tracking that entire program, sending out notices, reminders to all the restaurants and those people that are under this particular program, automating that entire process as well. TOT automated website. This is an item that I had discussions with Bob Mesher at one time. This is, in essence, automating that process in the manner that everybody that's part of that could go onto the website and submit all of their information. Instead of having to submit it manually, it would go into a database, therefore creating an easy method for finance to kind of disseminate that information and process it accordingly.
So the finance software that we pay $3,500 a month for doesn't have that capability?
I'm sorry, what?
The finance software doesn't have that capability to do TOT from outside vendors?
So the SunGuard system that we currently have, my understanding, at least what we're paying for and what we get is just the general ledger features.
Right.
So if it were to have that capability,
QuickBooks.
Enterprise.
Right.
I don't know if it has that capability, but what we currently pay for is just the general ledger features.
So wouldn't it make sense, though, if it does have that capability, that we'd want to know how much that costs so that it would be all integrated?
And we can look at that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
I mean,
place.
I absolutely agree that this is
Yeah.
something that we need to be able to
Sure.
do. I just don't know that whether an outside system makes sense.
Yeah, and like I said, this is a placeholder for the budget right now. You know,
Right.
if approved, then we would do the due diligence to see what system is the best system to move forward with, whether we want to design it internally or see if SunGuard has something available.
I am hoping that we're looking forward thinking to where at some point we can have as customers where we can log in to a portal online and, you know, let's say I can renew my business license, I can pay my admissions tax, I can pay my harbor use fee. So I set up an account, associate it with whatever different business licenses and account numbers I have, and then can pay all those different taxes. I feel that our systems are extremely antiquated in being able to create a user account.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly correct. That is the ultimate goal.
Okay.
But we're starting off with the internal processes first, trying to automate everything internal, and then once we're comfortable with those systems, then we can expand it to the external, where customers can actually log in into a portal and do some of that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the first phase, and that would be like a second, third phase. The taxi book issuance automation, currently taxi books are issued on a manual basis. The staff has to write in the taxi book numbers by hand for each one they sell. With this type of system, we're looking to just automate that as well, possibly getting a small printer that the printer itself would print out the tickets for them, would number them and do all of that from beginning to end and keep it into a database and maintain it in that manner.
Maybe you could sell this to the Express.
Exactly.
Yeah, boy, they need that. You talk about an antiquated system.
Records request tracking software. This is basic software to track any public requests that come into City Hall. Currently, all of that is done on a manual basis.
And how many do we get? They're all from me.
I can name a few other people, but.
Okay, but. Yeah, I'm just curious, how many did we average last year? Or how many total for the year? 20?
I'm not going to just throw out a number at you,
Okay.
Pam, but I know some weeks I can get a few of them a day, then I can go a week and not have any, and
Is there a way to count up the
And then
number of letters that were drafted to respond to a Public Record Act request?
yes, and the emails, how they got the response, and it's not just to my department, it will come into planning, they'll come into finance, they'll come into,
But our procedure is they all get referred to you. Individual departments are not supposed to process their own
that
public
would be
records.
correct, ma'am. But
Okay.
sometimes they get answered because it might just be something simple. But yes, there is a process, it's supposed
Okay,
to come
there's
through
a
the
difference
city
between
clerk.
somebody saying, could you send me a copy of something versus this is a formal request under the Public Records Act, which is what I'm assuming this software is proposed to track, correct?
It's supposed to track everything from beginning to end regarding a public request.
Public Records Act,
Public
a
Records Act.
formal request that
Yes.
carries with it legal responsibility,
Yes.
as
Yes.
opposed to we're just doing good customer service.
Correct.
Okay.
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 Contract tracking software, this is basically to track all of our contracts that we have within the city. I know we have a lot of lease contracts, contracts that we do with subcontractors and public works, and basically it would track all of those as well. The insurance requirements, any agreements that are signed, all of that would be centralized within this one software, and then provide a one-stop shop for all contracts that the city currently has.
Don't we already have that as part of SunGuard?
No.
I don't know, I don't even know who to look at, but there's a whole conversation at council, whether it was an agreement for funds, but I've seen something in the past that had what the contract was, where we were.
That was just self-generated on an Excel spreadsheet, I believe, Cindy.
And-
But I don't know.
All right.
But I don't know, are we saying, as finance, are you guys saying that you do not have this capability already as part of SunGuard?
You know, I can't tell you, Councilmember, and I can't tell you what SunGuard's capabilities are with regard to that question. I can tell you that in my view, SunGuard has a lot of limitations. And I don't really think it's a good system. I think we'll be talking about replacing it in the near future, like in the next 3 or 4 years. We're working with Pat, trying to identify short-term options. It could be that Pat has to come up with third-party software, or we'll talk to SunGuard and see what their system is capable of doing.
Now, one thing that was implemented in SunGuard was project management, which is different than the contracts management. So project management is where we have an established project, let's say it's a public works project, and all the expenses related to that project are going to that one module in SunGuard, and it tracks it that way accordingly. But the contracts module is completely separate in that it tracks documents as well. So it's more comprehensive than just your project management that's built into SunGuard.
I mean, if at the end of the day, we're saying we don't already have this, it's, you know, I would agree that it's important, but during the leadership of Ben Harvey, there was extensive conversations about when we were trying to share with the public that we're a contract city, that we don't necessarily hire employees to do all the work that we do, and you're right, it is an Excel spreadsheet that we received 1 or 2 times with updates, but there was conversation, and I believe there was a decision made at one point to purchase software. Whether we ever did it might be a different story,
Yes.
but I'd like to make sure that we check in and make sure we don't already have that capability in our system. And with the, obviously the change in employment that we've had in the finance department over 4 years, you may not be aware that we even have it. But I want to make sure that we're not duplicating effort.
We looked at that software. We saw demos of it, I want to say probably about a year and a half ago. And why we didn't move forward at the time was the cost. The software we looked at was designed for huge enterprise corporations in large cities. It was basically an overkill than what we need here at this city. And just because of the cost, we decided to just put that on hold. So that's why I'm bringing this back as more of a reduced level, but to accomplish the same goals that we want to accomplish among the staff
And so
here.
where would you propose this contract tracking software would come from?
Well, I would have to look either at a third party or possibly design it for the city as well, as part of our intranet system that we have. So I would just kind of look at both options and see what's more cost feasible and the functionality too.
Has the Excel spreadsheet been updated? I mean, is that an ongoing document that you guys use?
I'd have to check on that, Pam.
Okay. Because I'd be curious, again, how many contracts are listed and the extent. I mean, because the leases, you're going to ask for insurance. The
Yeah,
number of requirements are going to be minimal. So I guess it's, again, a question of, is it overkill?
It's definitely prior city manager was the last one that I received.
I know,
So I
I'm pretty
imagine
sure
it's probably
Jordan's the
not.
one that had put the one I'm thinking of together,
Yep.
so I could look.
And I
I'll
guess
check.
my other
Yep.
question would be is how is that used, how do we track contracts now? I mean, is it by department, somebody's given responsibility for certain contracts that relate to their, I know that Amanda mentioned to me that she had discovered that we were being overcharged by the building inspector's company for travel time, for instance. So does that mean she's responsible for reviewing that contract and making sure that it's implemented and that we're charged properly? I just don't know, but that would be good information.
And that's what this would do as well. It would keep track of all of that. So anybody can just log into the system, look at the contract, what's missing, what's due next on the contract, whether it's an insurance that's coming due, all of that would be part of the system.
I guess the question is, and then who inputs all that? They give everything to you to input, or each department is I mean, I think the question is, who's on first and who, if it's, I guess y'all work that out internally.
Yeah, that would be a policy decision among the staff.
Okay.
I would just provide the technical support in setting up the system, not necessarily putting in the information.
So, and I'm even confused, just to help us out, if there's something, who's putting stuff on the website now? Is it everybody does it if it's in their department? How does that
Under
work?
prior city management, it was directed to each department that they were to input their own information, and I think that's still pretty much how it's being done.
And who's verifying it to make sure that it's appropriate, or it's written properly, or is it just a trust thing, or, I mean, who is there?
A lot of it is documents and reports and.
What's that?
A lot of it is documents and reports
Yeah.
and information and sharing. It's not necessarily press releases and.
We do not have any formal policy, Annie, Mayor,
Okay.
that I'm aware of
Yeah.
for our website.
Okay. I mean, if I had to go to somebody and, well, I would go to you, and then you would not that I have anything I'm going to put in there, but you would delegate it to the appropriate department, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yes.
The next item is the GPS unit accessory software and GIS integration for Public Works. So we're estimating about $15,000 for combination of a GPS unit along with everything that goes with it to GPS our facilities out in the field, which would
How does
be-
this relate to what planning has? Does it relate to what planning has?
Planning uses GIS
Right.
to look at facilities. This would be basically adding additional information to those facilities itself.
Well, no, actually, my understanding is that they have overlays of sewer and
Correct. But the GPS...
saltwater, all the systems. It's not just properties.
That's correct. And so the GPS would provide additional coordinates, actual real-time coordinates of all those facilities into our GIS layer, is what it does, which we currently don't have.
So Amanda doesn't have current data? GIS
The
data?
facilities, for example, the pipelines, the valves, anything related to infrastructure out in the field does
Okay.
not have real-time GPS coordinates on those facilities.
Okay,
Yes,
so
they're-
when you're rebuilding something, you want to be able to real-time?
Yeah,
Or
or-
as you videotape something, you want to be able to real-time?
Exactly, or locate facilities. If we have
Okay.
new staff that doesn't know where certain
And is
facilities
this
are.
off the shelf?
Yes.
All of this,
All of
the
this-
software and everything is off the shelf?
With the exception of an integration piece that has to be designed to integrate with our GIS system, and that'll be done by our GIS consultant. Okay, the next item is the access control. This is basically automating some of the doors within City Hall, the fire station, Harbor Patrol, the warehouse gate, and eventually the mold gate. So this is basically, right now, we currently have $10,000, but that really should be $40,000. We had $30,000 budgeted in the previous years, but we're carrying that forward to this current fiscal year for a total of $40,000. So in breaking that down a little bit, what it entails is the system itself, which includes the software, the controller, the basics to get the system up and running, is about $15,000. And then each door or gate that we add is roughly about $2,500. So that's why with the $40,000, we're looking to squeeze in as many doors and gates as possible into the system and move forward along those lines.
Do you have the priority? You have a list of priorities?
Yeah, initially, we're looking at doing 2 City Hall doors, this door right here at the chambers, and also the break room door. We're looking at the fire station, the back door, and the front door, as those 2 are the most used doors currently. The warehouse gate, and then the Harbor Patrol main office door. Those are the top priorities at this time. And then eventually, we want to add Machado Field, Tremont Hall, if we move forward with that facility at some point, and then some of the other exterior doors here at City Hall.
And how do then they access it with our little badges or what?
Yeah, currently, each employee has their ID badges, so we would use those same exact badges. So when we design that system, I obtain cards that are compatible with other systems as well. So the door control would be one of those. So they would keep their same badges. The database is maintained to basically determine which employee can enter certain doors, which ones they don't have access to. The system maintains a log of entry of every and each door, the time and who entered at the time. We wouldn't have to do keys anymore, change out keys, because it would all be automated. So there's a lot of benefits to moving forward with this type of system.
Yeah, okay. And does that badge do their timesheets as well? Do they do anything with their time? Does that do anything with their?
Yes, they
Badge,
use-
yeah, it's a sophisticated.
They use their
Time
same
clock.
badges to clock in and out.
The ones they have currently?
Yeah, we've automated time clocks in some of the key locations here at City Hall, and also at the Harbor and Public Works.
But that's already been done.
That's already been done, yeah. But that's another example of how we're using the One ID badge for multiple purposes.
And you're saying this is an additional 10,000?
So we're looking at 40,000 total
Right.
for this upcoming fiscal
So
year.
the 30 that wasn't spent, did you allocate? How does that work from the revenues side?
Well, it was budgeted, yes, Councilmember.
Because you only have 10,000
We
here.
got 10,000, so we need to add
You would-
another 30,000 to the FY19 budget. And it was money that was budgeted in FY18, didn't get spent, so we're simply rolling it forward. So the total budget would be 40,000.
Any questions on that item?
I did have a question on something that's not related to your capital improvement project. I understand you're working with Harbor to get them a system where they can avoid the cell phone interference that we get, the bandwidth
Yes.
issue.
Yes.
And one of the questions I had for JJ, and he wasn't sure, is whether you could create a similar system to provide Wi-Fi to people in the harbor or boats moored.
Yes, that's
I
actually.
mean, a separate one, obviously, you wouldn't want them to be integrated, but,
Yeah,
so in other words, there is a way to boost bandwidth for purposes of people being able to access Wi-Fi.
yes,
And
and that's
cell
another
phones.
project I'm currently obtaining pricing on.
Okay.
In fact, that's why I'm leaving in a few minutes to pick up a contractor who's giving us a quote on that type of system.
Okay.
So I'll just kind of dovetail on that really quick. I want to say probably 6 to 8 months ago, council wanted staff to look at methods to improve internet, overall internet on the island. So one of those methods was to possibly provide free Wi-Fi along the boardwalk for the visitors. And so that's a system I'm currently looking at now, looking at pricing for two different things. One is the bandwidth itself, which is going to be through a microwave system coming from the mainland over. And then phase two is putting the Wi-Fi devices along the boardwalk and then having that access to the visitors. So I hope to have some pricing on that finalized probably
Pat.
within the next 2 months or so.
Okay, well,
I'm
I would
sorry
like
to interrupt,
include-
Pam, but I'm just going to tell you that the chamber has spent a significant amount of time working with broadband and AT&T on that very same thing for that very same
Yes.
space.
We're working together.
You are, okay.
Yes.
I was going to say, please don't duplicate efforts.
No.
But
No,
the-
I'm in contact with Jim.
Okay.
So this is kind of the part that I'm looking at.
Okay,
while
great.
He's looked at some other aspects.
Great.
Yeah.
And just my 2 cents worth is, I think that it would be wonderful if, even if we can't do it this year, that you incorporate the boating public, because there's not a lot people get. You know, we give them a can to tie up to, and that would at least be something that we could say we are offering, so. I
Yeah, and
encourage
that's
you
separate
to-
than what we're doing for Harbor right now, because that's more or less a private network just for the Harbor Patrol boats.
Okay,
'Cause
and
if we
then, and then more generally, the conversation I've had with our safety personnel is the inability to use cell phones in town when we have a cruise ship, or it's not even when we have a cruise ship these days.
It's every day
every
since
day,
July 1st.
Is a real safety issue, and I don't know whose responsibility that is to form a task force or something to put pressure on AT&T and Verizon to up that. But I think we really need to do that, and I know the chamber shares in that concern also.
Okay, and then the last item is the City Hall security cameras. It was recommended that we look at putting in 5 or 6 cameras on the perimeter of City Hall and possibly 1 inside, just for security purposes, and to have that footage in the event that we have any vandalism or theft, we would have it on tape. So it would be basically incorporated into the system, same system we use at the harbor for the mole, the pier, and then also the fuel dock. It would all be integrated into that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any more questions that the council may have.
I guess, the security cameras, I don't know, but.
I'm 100% supportive of security cameras around the building.
You are?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We just have not had any incidences, not any graffiti, not anything, but I guess it could happen at any time.
There's quite a bit of activity that happens around the back of City Hall and around the side of City Hall.
Right.
In the evenings as well. And I think in this day and age, it's really important to have some
It's
security.
just sad. It's really sad.
All right, well, I'm just going to generally observe that in terms of the things that where we're antiquated and need the most help, I think it's in customer service related to the business community, and that's where I would want to see spending money. I think the records request tracking software, even the contract tracking software is overkill for what we have going on here. I think the access control phase, people live 3 minutes. I mean, I've heard people complain like, I don't want to have to come down and open up the city hall chambers because there's something going on. People live 3 minutes away. I just think it's overkill for the size of our community and and the other kinds of budget requirements we have. The fog tracking software, I'm really confused because we just gave a $50,000 contract to an outside consultant to do all our fog stuff, and it requires them to report. Presumably, they're doing that on their own software. And that all we want is a report from them as to how that's going. So I don't really understand why we would spend another $2,500 for our own software. And that's kind of my take on this part of that.
Well, with those statements in mind, do you, I don't know, do people agree with what she's saying, or do you want to say we want we want to reduce this by however many thousands of dollars, and they still give that priority, they figure out the best priority? Because what is it, 75, how much money are you talking?
40, it's close to $80,000. Yeah.
It's close to how, oh, you're talking about like the access control, the 40 for that?
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we need to have a regular system, and I appreciate the, working computers. The mobile work order makes sense to me, although I know I've done this work before and looked, and you can pull up like 10 apps for the phone for that, but I'll defer to staff in terms of having looked at that and the code enforcement, but everything else, the capital projects, real-time updates, I've gone in OpenGov, and we don't have staff to put in the data just for the simple stuff. Like, I went to look up warrants for 2018. They're not on the web. They're not on the thing. So I appreciate staff's overworked as it is, and having software doesn't help because you still have to implement the information and somebody has to be looking at it. So I think we really need to balance the time that staff's going to expend doing this software versus what we're getting for it. And again, I just return to the idea, I'd rather throw money at having our business community have the access and the real-time data that finance would get from using an automated system seems to be a much better expenditure of money.
Is there any agreement by council who wants to sign in on anything?
I believe the general direction Ms. Albers is going is appropriate. I'm not sure that we have the right amount of time to rework this right now.
I agree.
So.
Yeah, I actually think the best way to do this, and it's appropriate because you guys are in the weeds, is to just give our direction in terms of what our policy preferences are. And if we're wrong, then say it. Come back and say, we looked at this, and for the following reasons, we really think this is important and should remain on the list. I think that should be a dialogue with everybody working towards a common goal. Staff can do their jobs, we can provide services to the public, and we're expending the money in a way that makes sense. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
I just have one really quick suggestion. When we were talking about the exterior cameras at City Hall, if you're ever down here at night, you'll notice that the lights around the building are off except for the courtyard. The lights around that end of the building, the lights in the back, sometimes they're on, sometimes they're not. And I think at one time they were on a timer, so it may just be that timer needs to be looked at so that you actually have exterior lights around the building all night. Because I agree with Cindy, when it's dark back there, there's stuff going on. So while we're working on the cameras, maybe that might be a shorter, quicker, low-hanging fruit you're talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Mariana. Okay. And here's the Harbor Department.
Next, we have J.J. Poindexter, Harbor Master.
Hi, Council.
Hello.
How are we today? Okay, well, we'll move a little bit forward here on the accomplishments of last fiscal year. We went through the floats 4 and 5 with a new hinge assembly that was caught just in time before they completely tore off. So we're replacing all the chains and stuff around the mole moorings, the mole floats, and check the weights down there. We had some structural repairs on the pier. We have some pier piling issues that we're going to be dealing with this winter, and we end up having applied for a grant for the pump out dock. We're still hearing some paperwork and stuff still needs to be through, but being processed, and haven't got that complete word yet on when they're going to fund it, but it sounds like it's pretty close. And we did a lot of work this year on our patrol boats. They were looking, as people were saying, pretty raggedy. Did a lot of painting. In fact, we finished our last one here at the end of June, and we're in the process of putting up antennas and stuff for the new broadband system that we're going to work on in for our patrol boats. So we kind of get away from using the Verizon wireless, because like Pam was saying, we get, you get beat up, we really get beat up, especially when cruise ships are in town. And it's a pretty frustrating situation. Going forward here, goals for the Harbor Department, we're working close with Bob Greenlaw and the improvements for the mole, the sand sediment. We continue working on getting our floats maintained, which we think will go into the mole grant. Hopefully we'll be able to do that financially wise. We do have some projects this year that we look pretty confident we can be able to get it through the budget with our existing budget, as we talked about. The budget for replacing the pier, the dinghy dock between the clubs, that's going on 30 years, and it needs repair, so that's definitely on the hit list this winter. And again, we're getting into our pier piling issue probably in November to replace several pilings on the pier that, in fact, we just had one break yesterday or Saturday that we had to take out today. So the pier is getting beat up pretty good, especially with the surges and everything. So basically, we're going to continue our practice of our training. I got new personnel, so we're looking at EMT training, Coast Guard license training, 832 training that gives us the right to write tickets. And we also are going to take advantage of Department of Boating and Waterways, some of their training schedules for boat fires and stuff like that. So we're kind of moving forward. We've got a couple new employees, part-time employees, and so we'll get them trained up. And if you got any other questions.
What about the trash can grant?
Well,
or did we get the grant?
No, we didn't. We didn't get that part of it. But I think Jordan was working on. Yeah, Big Belly. I think Jordan was working on. We didn't. That was part of that. We were working with the Marine Protection Agency about
and you
that.
You didn't get that.
I haven't heard back from them on that whatsoever. So I don't even think anybody got it yet. I don't think that they funded it yet.
Okay. And with regards to the staff, because to be a harbor patrolman, it seems as though you don't even have to know how to drive a boat when you start.
That is correct.
And and you end up training and getting some good guys, I guess, so maybe I shouldn't care, except it seems like if we go into the future that maybe they should have a little Coast Guard training or have something already under their belt besides being 18 years of age. Just
well,
saying.
The problem, in a perfect world, you're right. It would be nice. However, when we hire part-time personnel and then when there's availability for full-time, we've already invested the training. We move them up and they're ready to go.
Right.
We've proven we can teach you how to do everything. It's just we need the time. And so when we get our part-time patrol officers, they do it by repetition. I mean, by the time they get into the game, if there's a full-time position, they're ready to go. They're up and ready. Our area is a unique area. We do so many different things. A lot of the harbors on the mainland don't do what we do. So it's hard to find somebody that you're able to just come in and,
But we're paying for the Coast Guard training, we're paying for
Right.
the EMT stuff, we're doing all of that. And I don't know, if I wanted to work at the preschool, even part-time, I still have to have some early childhood education courses under my belt. I can't just walk in there. And I'm just wondering, I'm just saying, if it was something,
when we vet the process, we look at their applications. A lot of the guys, especially that live here, because that's one of the prerequisites, you gotta live here, because in wintertime, when storms come up, we need help.
Yeah.
A lot of them have Coast Guard licenses, a lot of them do. And now with the new boater card,
Right.
those who don't have to have that, and we make sure that they get that. But 90% of the applicants that come in have their Coast Guard license. They may not have EMT,
Right.
but again, that's something that can be taught, down the road. They have CPR, they have AED, they have first aid, and 90% of the stuff that we deal with, that will cover.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And Annie, one of the things that I learned a few years ago when asking a very similar question is there's, and if it's changed, somebody correct me, but you come in, there's a base wage, and for each additional training that you have and you check the box, there's an additional 50 cents an hour for this, $1 an hour for this, once you have this training. So the actual beginning wage versus what a fully trained, tenured
Right.
employee has, for example,
We have
is
a
different.
patrol officer 1 and a patrol officer 2, and there's a different criteria that you have to have within that 1 and that 2. So when you get to the patrol officer 2 level, you're an EMT, you're a Coast Guard license, you're 832 trained, you work with the Coast Guard in helo training, you've done the firefighting, you've done just about everything you can do that puts you into that position.
Right, okay. I was just trying to think of a way to save money on training people.
Right.
Well, but on the other side of that, one thing we do is that at least we've done it in the past, and now I know there's an education portion coming up into the MOUs maybe, but, if a part-time employee wants to be an EMT, we're all for that.
Right.
Here's the deal. You go to the class, you put up the $1,000, you put up everything, and within a 2-year period, I'll reimburse you for that time when you come back with that card. What I don't want is me to pay for a $3,000 EMT class and the guy go work at a fire department.
Exactly.
Hey, no, I love fire departments, but still, So we work it that way. The basic boating classes and stuff, I have no problem sending our part-time guys to.
It's incentive type deal.
JJ, who has a franchise now?
The franchise is the Shoreboat.
The Shoreboat is a
Shoreboat
franchise?
does, Mark Bray.
Uh-huh.
How many Denise is? I think there's only like 2 of them. I'm sorry?
Just the 2?
I think there's just the 2
Okay.
of them. There's an exclusive franchise.
There was just franchise revenue?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
And there's franchise revenue in the budget. I'm just wondering who had the franchise.
Well, yeah, the mooring service and
Mm-hmm.
the shore boats, I think we have a subsidy to the shore boat for,
And then, has there been any further movement or discussion, one way or the other, I'm not proponent or opponent of it, of post-certification training?
that's been, that's in the process, that's done through the MOU process.
Right,
So.
right, fair enough, fair enough.
But they're still discussing about it, but our community is very difficult to get into that because of different criteria you have to have, and it's just the way it is.
And it puts us into a whole other level with Parsac.
Oh, I'm fully aware,
Yeah, I know
but
you
we've
know.
been
I mean,
discussing it for at least 4 years that I've been involved, and I just it hadn't come up for a while, so I was just
Oh,
curious in the
it's
training
come up.
budget. Yeah. And then, JJ, actually, Denise, this may be more of a question for you. We had issued a letter to the cruise ships regarding the change in the wharfage fee. Are they up to, have we gone a number of years now, are they up to the 100% level?
No.
Oh, they're,
They still have another $1.50 to go.
Okay, and so what is the wharfage fee today
$3.50 for the cruise ships.
for the cruise ships? And what is the wharfage fee for the Catalina Express or cross-channel carriers?
$2.50.
I believe it's 250, but I would have to confirm.
Okay.
Yeah, cross-channel carriers are 250.
And we're
And what
getting
did
up to $5 with the cruise ships.
Up to $5, right, okay.
Cruise ship,
And we changed the,
Yes.
you changed the formula too, I think.
Yeah, for cruise ships,
The
we
manifest
did.
versus,
Yep, so now it's 100% of the manifest less crew.
so the cruise ship was 350 starting the 1st of 2018.
Okay.
350, okay. I thought you said
Great.
550, I'm sorry.
No.
And then what's our relationship with the repair barge?
I'm sorry?
What's our relationship with the repair barge?
Well, how do I be diplomatic about it? We have some issues, we've contacted them, and we're waiting to hear back from Scott regarding this. As summer came upon us, and it's just, there's a lot on the plate right now, so there are some issues there.
Okay, yeah, and we're aware of some of them as well.
Well, we're
So-
trying to pursue them, yeah.
Okay, great.
Are we going to tackle that project this year?
I'm sorry?
Are we tackling that this year?
I'm hoping to.
We're waiting to get a response also from them.
Okay, great.
We pointedly asked them questions.
Can we
Yes,
go
sir.
back to the shore
Okay.
boats?
Yes, sir.
I see we're paying them $240,000 a year. Is what the
That's the
is?
subsidy?
Yeah. And in the agreement, they were to provide us with minimum of 36 seats.
Well, according to the franchise, they were supposed to have 2 boats at 18 passengers, and if they didn't, they had to add a 3rd boat, which they've added a 3rd boat. They've met the intent of the contract, and we're really getting really good reviews from the boating public. So, like anything else, I mean, life gets in the way, but we're keeping a close eye on that.
It's fine as long as you have under 6 people on your boat.
Right, but they've got, they got 2 6-passenger boats and a 12-passenger boat, and they're adding boats as necessary. Even going through the 4th of July weekend, we've gotten several compliments on their service, and their wait time is down. So if he needs to add more boats, he adds more boats. He's doing a really good job.
And let me ask, was the subsidy based on what
It's
they
bid.
projected they would be doing?
He bid it.
Okay, and how long is that contract?
5 years.
5
years. Okay.
I have some questions. Some just technical ones, so I understand how the budget's laid out. So under the revenues, the wharfage fees are broken up into harbor fund administration is the bulk of it, and then there's another, so 103258530.
Yep. So how the wharfage fees works is 3/4 of the wharfage fees gets booked to the operations portion that rolls into the harbor fund. 1/4 of it gets booked to the harbor capital fund. And that's the current split. So the idea being that money set aside then for harbor capital.
Okay. And then, JJ, you mentioned capital projects, the redoing the club dinghy, the Barbara Pearson dinghy, and then floats 1 through 5. Is any money budgeted for any of that?
Well, actually, when I had that conversation with you, I hadn't had an opportunity to go through the entire budget, just because of stuff. But it looks like the Club Dinghy dock and the Barbara Pearson dock, we'll be able to get through in our harbors and wharfs, our wharfs. What's it
We have
called?
$225,000 budgeted for
Right.
repair and maintenance of
Okay,
floats.
and that's not under the CIP, it's under the,
Right.
It's,
it's under the
That's a
harbor.
harbor maintenance number.
Harbor maintenance number, okay. Let me-
It's 14070.
225, okay, I see that.
The-
No, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
10470, 6504.
Page Page 16.
No, okay. I see it. Okay. So then my other question is, and this isn't your problem alone, or it's all of our problems, is the fuel dock. It's $500,000 that we lost on it last year. And it doesn't look any better going forward. And I mean, JJ said to me, and he's exactly right, we have to have a fuel dock, but we can't afford the one we have. And I don't know what the answer is going forward. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Maybe staff's talking, I don't know. But that's one of the big holes that I'm not sure how we fill. And then I had, another question. What, and then 10350-4637 is rent for casino dock restrooms. What is, I just wasn't sure, what is that?
The casino ones?
Is that the porta potties and stuff we have out there?
Porta potties?
And what was the number?
Are we still
If it
paying
says-
for the casino ones? Is that the one?
Yes.
Is that for the
We pay
casino
for
ones?
the
Casino
pump.
ones.
Page 14.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 14 of 19, it's 10350-4637. I'm just not familiar with all the accounts, so
I think that's,
I'm asking
that's
questions.
the one for the casino.
Is that the restrooms in the casino, or is it
No.
the
No,
porta
it's the-
potties?
It's the porta potties. I was
okay.
looking for the amount, Pam, I'm sorry, that's why I was.
It's only 11,000, I just wasn't sure what it
Yeah.
was. Okay,
The porta potties, we actually rent those, and then Public Works maintains those with also our janitorial staff contract. So that's how
okay.
all that
Yeah,
happens.
it wasn't a
because-
big amount, as I
because
said.
Yeah, we don't have a porta potty vendor on the island.
Right, no, that makes absolute sense. And then the last thing I'm just going to throw out in terms of longer range planning for staff to think about, and maybe it's not in this budget, but it needs to get in there pretty quick, is those underground storage tanks. 2025 is when we have to pull them out and do something. So, I don't know if we need more, some out-of-the-box thinking about the fuel dock and the tanks, something. But that's going to come up
What is the
fast.
impact going to be if we build a restaurant out there and all of that? I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
If we're going to spend money on building a restaurant out there and then tear it all apart in a couple years,
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
Can you tear those tanks out of there without touching the wood?
Right.
Yes? Okay.
You can.
So, yeah, and then just a general observation, because I didn't really see, I met with Audra and went through what they're working on in the immediate range, but in the longer range, there are a number of these things. I would feel better if I knew that they're on the grant radar, that we're looking to see. I mean, if all the single hull tanks have to be replaced, it stands to reason there's probably some grant money out there for planning. And I'd like to make sure that we're going to ask for that grant money.
I want to say, Pam, when we first met with that Townsend group that came in, I think that we had put that on the radar then, and I will check on that. We have a whole.
And I think that
comprehensive
actually was the
list.
note that I made, is could we have somebody from Townsend with Audra make a presentation? Because I'd really like to have a better feel for what's going on at the county level, the state level, the federal level with respect to grant funds. What are the trends? What are they working
Sure.
on? Just the whole grant.
And to follow up
Deal.
with that, because we really haven't, as this council, had our goal setting at all. And so, one of the things that I'm thinking is, I'm wanting us to look into interns and something else that can help us, because we are understaffed when it comes to stuff, and like all the sustainability issues that we maybe want to contend with and all of that kind of thing. We really need to, we can't give it all to Bob,
Right.
I mean, he's one man. And so, and I think we should be looking at universities for people to come in and help us, but, yeah, because we don't even know what the new grant people are looking at. Everybody, I guess the departments had input on what, but we want to make sure we know what it is, and,
I've had some general conversation with Townsend, our grant
Okay.
people, and again, it's just, it was a couple of emails back and forth, because they also help with the used oil recycle grant that we have. So I can approach them again and find out if there's anything out
or
there.
who's the liaison with them?
I am.
Oh, okay, Denise.
And I can certainly provide you the spreadsheet that they gave us after all the department heads, we met as a group, then they met
Okay.
individually.
Great,
with them.
thanks. Thank you. Or just tell us at a council meeting or something. Okay, other questions for Harbor Master?
I'm good from here.
Okay, we're good. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience with me. I greatly appreciate it, because this was the first time here, so.
I just wanted to check on the time, and I know Councilmember Albers, what boat were you catching? 2 o'clock?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm good.
How many more of these we got?
So I believe we have admin and public works left.
Oh,
to go.
okay, okay. We said,
Yeah, to provide your name.
okay.
Okay, so coming up with accomplishments was a challenge in the sense that I just did everything in administration because of all the overlap of the departments at the current time, and I think you understand what I mean, the different hats that we're all wearing. So generally, I don't know if I would have listed an election, but because we had a measure on there and that initiative, and it was presented at the last moment, and then the change in the city manager's office, it was a challenge, and we came through it. We did a good job, and then contracted with Townsend for the grant and lobbying support, and that was brought on mainly because we did have a hole that for
6 months.
6 months, I think, and we had some grants that were being thrown at us, like, where are you at with this? And we were really afraid of losing them, and we were trying to keep up, and it was a big scramble, and Townsend has been very helpful, so, as well as key city staff members. We established some new contracts, whether they were ongoing, needed to be renewed. Let's see, we established the records retention policy, and we've had 2 clean-out days, so to speak. As you see the boxes in the hallway, we have said by the end of summer or early fall that we are going to have another clean-out and then really work on getting those boxes out of here. And Gabby, I keep looking at Gabby because I've unloaded that on her. Working with the island property owners and the USBR to develop the MOU to address reclamation issues, and that was definitely at a standstill when I got into the office in December, so that was picking that up, and as you know, we've progressed with that. Revised the credit card policy, oversaw implementation of the CAL cards, which is going to be a cleaner way than everybody using their American Express cards, and so I think city staff is glad to have those. Adopted the medical cannabis delivery business permit application and the fee and evaluation process, and that should be coming forward to Richard and Andy real soon to be involved in that. And I think one thing that I forgot to put there was establishing relationships with key businesses, stakeholders, however, whatever you'd like to call them, and picking that up again, and that's been going well. And then the goals, and these are in no order of priorities by any means, and I know a lot of them have to do with city council direction and policy. So the first one I have there is to continue to pursue housing initiatives as directed by the city council, to work to establish long-term water sustainability issues that address storage, reclamation, and other areas. To complete the MOU agreements with all 5 city labor associations, and I have one association that is extremely close, so I'm hoping by the next city council meeting it would have already gone through, because after I'm done with the association, it will go to BB&K for their legal review of it, and then I'll be bringing it to the council in closed session. develop long-term lease agreements with the Island Company for the fuel dock property that, as you know, has been ongoing. Establish commercial business and lease agreements with the private operator at a fuel dock property, and that's whatever council directs to be done with that. And I think Cindy and Pam have mentioned how from the fuel tanks to the building, what is our long-term goal for all that? And it's not just and as you know, because of the grant monies we got, I think we're supposed to have that for 10 years, Bob Greenlaw. The monies we got from boating and waterways, we can't do anything with that property for 10 years because of our grant monies. I think there was some, we have offered the fuel dock business to several businesses. Nobody seems to want to take it from us. Increase the general fund revenues through some new grant resources, definitely. Develop a public-private ownership to increase the quality of life, and also for some of the big projects we have. I know it was mentioned when, oh my gosh, a prior city manager, I just went blank on the name. We had talked about that for phase 1 and maybe phase 2 of the mole project. Any other projects that we have that we know that we are going to have a hard time coming up with the monies. Complete the integration of the Peak Agenda software into the public meeting process. Boy, if we could get that process going and up and running, it would definitely help the agenda building process, which is very time consuming, as you know.
Is this something that Pat helps you with?
No.
Oh, it's totally separate. Okay.
Continue implementation of the records retention policy and beginning controlled destruction, as I mentioned earlier. Develop an action plan for phase and the illness injury prevention program, and that overlaps definitely with Bob Greenlaw and the Public Works Department, and I know that he has a whole plan, but I just listed it there because it's something I want to make sure that we follow up on. Determine a plan for the public trash contract, which we have on the agenda for tomorrow night for you to give some direction to city staff. And definitely to expand the translation services for city correspondence and documents. I know it's been mentioned a few times, and that is very, it's an important feature that we need to look into. And to finalize the development impact fees, and I believe last time Bob Greenlaw reported on that, we were on a 2-month, he was going to be contracting with the different entities in town before we can come forward. And I know, Richard, you're extremely frustrated with us on that. I know. And we did not put those fees to project those into the budget because we have no idea to estimate what those revenues would be at this point.
And how about hiring an assistant city manager?
Well, yes, that would be a goal. And communication with the public. We get, whether it's my department or other departments, not tied into a records request, but you know, the past city manager was really good at that, where if he got a letter where somebody was complaining or inquiring about something, that he got right on that, answering that. And I know that's a frustration on some of yours, parts where I have not answered fast enough or have not answered. I'm very apologetic for that. So that's something that's a goal of mine to really keep, and to also keep up on federal and state initiatives to bring those forward to you instead of waiting for you to come to me with them.
Well, that would help if you had that body to do that. That would help greatly.
Denise, I didn't see in the budget, and I may have overlooked it. Was there any discussion regarding setting aside funding for replacement buses?
No, we did not at this time, because we do have to have that conversation at a
Right. I'll just interject because that did come up in my meeting with Audra, and she indicated that thanks to your introduction of Mr. Bashimo, that she has a lead on a demonstration project that she thinks would be good, which wouldn't require an allocation of money. That was why she didn't propose it for this budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is moving forward. And then also I noticed that the code enforcement revenue was projected less for this upcoming year. And I'm just curious, as we've increased, I I think over the last 2 years or so, we've increased by an additional code enforcement person? Oh, we didn't, okay.
You had authorized it, but that position went to a third mechanic.
Oh, okay. So I was just surprised to see that the code enforcement revenue was projected to be less than this year.
Because I know they've been busy.
They have been busy. I see them daily.
Ticketing.
Daily, out and about, which is great, but I was just surprised to see. So I don't know if there's any explanation as to why that revenue was projected to be less.
Matthew?
It's a conservative estimate is all it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's a conservative estimate.
Okay. And then I don't even know where this question falls. I've asked it before, and I've been told the answer, so I apologize for probably the 4th year in a row asking it. But what is the McLean Hall Putnam Trust, and what is it used for?
So again,
Who's the chief?
it's fire-related, my understanding, and
It was
again,
donations?
It's donations
Private
earmarked,
donations.
private donations earmarked for the fire department, is my understanding.
And it was for use of equipment? upgrading
Mike
it?
would be able to probably.
Yeah, it was for equipment, updating stuff. That's what it originally started as.
Okay.
When I was working.
So they just dip into that whenever they need something?
Whenever they need something.
Okay. And then lastly, on administration, again, I'm not sure, I was just noticing on the labor distribution that there was some, it kind of goes in all departments, but I've just, like, there's about a 10% increase in salaries for harbor operations, significant increase in fuel dock operations revenue or expense in payroll, and also I wasn't clear on the vehicle maintenance replacement administration. There's also a fairly
The vehicle maintenance is relatively easy. We had budgeted 2 mechanics in 18, but we have 3 mechanics budgeted for 19. And so that's why it's increased by about a third of what the previous year budget was.
I think it was just confusing because it says vehicle maintenance replacement administrator.
And,
So
and, that,
I
and that's
just-
another thing that was in our finance goals, and it's one of the challenges I faced as trying to put together comparisons by department, is right now the mechanics time is being coded to the vehicle maintenance fund admin department. And so to break down the expenditures to provide you guys with a better comparison, it was a challenge. And that's one of our goals, is to look at how historically we've had some things coded so we could, in the future, give a more clear breakdown.
And then so the increase then is for fuel dock operations in harbor. I mean, it's a significant increase.
So in fuel dock, and JJ could probably speak to it better than I could, we do have a part-time being moved to, in the fuel dock, JJ, there is a part-time.
We have a part-time employee that works weekends and covers the shifts. He's on 999 hours as a part-time basis. And I did request that we move him to a full-time maintenance 1 to be able to augment the staff up at the warehouse during the wintertime with all the projects and stuff that we have. But it didn't happen.
Well, it currently is in the budget, JJ.
Oh, he is currently, okay. I stand corrected.
And then a 10% increase in regular salaries for harbor operations?
I think that's an MOU thing.
And again, looking at how certain employees had historically been coded, we had the current assistant harbor master was coded with operations last year when his time should have been moved to harbor admin. So some of the adjustments in harbor are from me looking how employees were historically grouped and moving them to the more appropriate, the more appropriate grouping. So there were harbor admin personnel whose time was being charged to operations and vice versa. I can provide the complete breakdown of that 10,000 of how we got from that difference, but in some ways it wasn't it's not a clean, easy answer, because there were certain people's time that historically were coded to admin, but based on discussions with JJ, they were more in operations.
If you, even just on the cuff of it, if you just pull together all the harbor, added up every column from 2017-18 budget, 18-19 budget, and the budget comparison, it's a 10% increase, regardless of how it all fleshes out. So I would like to know where that 10% increase comes from, if there's been an additional employee added, if there's, whatever that is, but that is a red flag for me.
I'll go next.
Yes, go ahead.
I would really like to see the city manager add to her list, and I hate to do this, but it really does benefit us down the line, is to nail down our disadvantaged community status.
Okay.
Yeah, for grants, it makes such a huge difference, and it's just something that needs to be resolved. It's going to benefit the hospital too. So we really need to, whether we need to put some money towards that and hire someone whose job it is to do that limited project, or however we need to do it, we need to do that.
I get, and what did Jordan say part of the issue is? You can get the requirements for designation by one agency is different than.
Sometimes they are, but.
It says a lot of times they're different.
But we have not collected the kinds of information you need in order to do it.
Wouldn't we designate it by somebody?
I mean, one aspect of it that we haven't done anything on is cost of living, because that's an aspect of the disadvantaged community status.
Oh, okay, good.
Right? If we're spending more for housing, for fuel, for other kinds of things, it impacts your ability to afford to live here.
Right.
And that all goes into disadvantaged community status. So I really think we need to allocate some money and hire somebody who's a pro in that, to figure out, and if we need to have it different for different standards, we know we're going to want to get USDA monies for our sewer plant. I mean, it's pretty easy just to talk to Townsend to see who, where are the pots of money that we're trying to get, and what do we need to do with that.
Okay.
So I'm assuming attorney's fees is going to be under you, Denise?
Yes.
Should we talk about that? Okay. And this is just a question too. So in the budget, we've set aside an account of $250,000 for redevelopment reimbursement administration under attorney's fees. What is that? It's 13625-5031.
What page are you on?
Oh,
Because the attorneys
I
are-
transferred money from one to the other.
So the attorneys on different pages.
Well, on the, when we got here, there was a single sheet on your desk.
Oh, based on that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
it's in the, well, no, it's not on this, actually. I went through the budget. It's not on this list, but it is an attorney-related expenditure.
My understanding is that would be possibly for Susie Kim, who we use as a consultant related to the successor agency. She would have provided us with the estimates for. So I
Okay, hold on. It says, legal expenses.
Where you at?
Okay, so 13 of 19. So this is under, redevelopment reimbursement administration. So if this is that housing thing, the city attorney told us, everybody's given up. All of the cities that have been fighting to get the administrative allocation from the Department of Finance for housing administration have agreed they are never going to get it. So if we've allocated, we need to take it out. Because I'm assuming there's a revenue match.
So-
Because this is an expenditure.
we get $250,000 a year as the admin allowance from the successor agency.
Right, but that's allocated everywhere,
Yes.
not just for attorney's fees. So this says legal expenses. That's what I'm not getting. Are we anticipating some kind of large litigation or something? That was what I didn't understand. Because if you add this to the contract city attorney other accounts, we're up to 700 and something thousand, 725,000.
Pam, can I look into that and get back to you?
Okay. Yeah, and then I'm just going to generally observe that the cease and desist order has largely, we figured out from a legal standpoint what we're doing, and now it's just implementing that plan. Redevelopment agencies, we're down to nothing. We have no projects on our ROPS. We're simply collecting money and paying it over to the bond trustee. We have no projects, no hope of any projects. That law is not going to be reversed. We're done with that. I'm trying to figure out what are the big legal battles that we're fighting that would justify having this kind of a city attorney budget compared to when they were handling all of those other things. And in fact, I'm pleased because if you look at the last 3 months and annualize them, we're down to a total of $388,000 across the board. Not just the city attorney retainer of $350, but the other $145,000 worth that gets, or actually it's more than $160,000 that gets thrown into that. So I'm hoping that, or encouraging the city manager to sit down with the city attorney and determine, is there some reason why the trend that we're seeing shouldn't continue in terms of our costs, our legal fees. And then finally, I'm just going to throw out, because I had the conversation with Audra and I wrote a note, is that there are grant monies available for land acquisition, and I think that we want to add that to our list of grants that we might want to seek. Oh, and then just one tiny thing. On the hospital administration, page 13 of 19, it says subsidy and pass-through tax. And I know that it's kind of a continuing misunderstanding by the public that the city subsidizes the hospital. We do not. So if we could just, it's just a pass-through. If we could just clean it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just a cleanup.
Yeah.
Oh, and on the, capital outlay, it looks like we budgeted for the, under the Housing Authority Administration, which I'm assuming is your shop too. It looks like we budgeted for the project to improve the East Whitley property, but I thought the city council voted also that we wanted to allocate funds for rent or substandard housing, possibly doing loans or something to assist people whose residential properties are below standard. It's in a different. Oh, okay. And where's that? Okay. Yeah, I just expected to see that under the Housing Authority, and maybe I didn't look in the right place.
I'm looking.
And
Oh, yeah, so it's not that,
do you see it? And I just missed it?
no. No, because yeah.
So, yeah, I saw 13. So the 325 is there under 15425-6547.
Well, it's written 4 times.
What
So-
page is that?
Page
13 of
13.
19.
Thank you. So it says 325 on the top of the line, it says 325 in administration, and then it says 325 twice in capital outlay.
Well,
Capital
the top
improvements.
one is just that they
The
total everything
and-
that's under
And then
that.
the other one is, so,
So I just see it twice.
So, again, and I apologize if I'm mistaken, it's somewhere else, but I believe we
Okay.
did not have a separate
A way to
additional
put it in, well, that
300,000.
makes sense, because it wasn't really a capital outlay, yeah.
So
didn't- It's
yeah.
in there.
so
Oh,
you listed it twice.
no, it's not listed twice. We'll have to go and set aside additional funds
Okay.
for, if that.
Yeah, I
is-
mean, it's an existing, it's not like we have to create new revenue, it's an existing, we're pulling it out of
Right,
the
but
housing fund.
it's currently not in the budget
Right.
coming out of the housing fund,
Okay.
but we can draw additional funds from the housing for that
Yeah.
purpose.
Just, since it's a planning document, it helps us keep our eye on the ball that that was what we wanted to spend money on, so. And Audrey did answer the question about the buses and how much we're laying out over and above the grant funds that we're receiving. It's only $1,200 for each, I think it's each bus. Per month.
No.
Okay, if I have no further comments or questions, we'll move on.
Yep.
All right. Promise to be quick.
Waiting for.
Okay. So a lot has happened in 17-18 with the resources that you provided us. So the first thing is we had some new hires. We had our maintenance superintendent. So that really took over that maintenance coordinator position that we had there. So it's not a brand new, it was kind of a flip on that one. We had an admin assistant that we actually moved from part-time to full-time. And the reason that we did that is that was to assist the O&M with some admin duties out there because we had nobody out there out in the maintenance yard. So those things that needed to happen with some admin assistant work, we have allocated that time out there. And then we had the third mechanic, and that was really put in play to make sure that we were doing preventive maintenance. And I'm sure that both the chief and the harbor master can tell you how much we've been working on preventative maintenance and what that will save in the long term for us if we keep that up. So we also completed the 2016 capital improvement program project. You know, that was the one with the saltwater valves, the paving, and also the sewer manholes toward the waterfront, which was a great project. And the cost savings from the contract inspection services from that project, I performed the construction inspection on that, so those cost savings, as I was wearing multiple hats, gave us the funds to be able to pave the roadway on Bodega Road down to the maintenance yard down and made those improvements. So that in turn, we need to complete the last end of that project as we have time, but consider that all our vehicles go down there to fuel up, and even putting our fire vehicles on top of that roadway that had potholes and everything else, it's going to save us in the long run, all the equipment that we buy, that we're not driving over terrible roads, and it would be a shame just to keep that same roadway that we had down there. Okay, we also had the cemetery expansion project completed, and we're at the point where we could sell plots. We still have the fencing and the mortuary improvements to complete, and those are in this year's budget. We have the plans completed for the Casino Way restrooms with the equipment procured for that, but we had to push that out to the low visitor season here. We want to get that done, but we pushed up against that May date. We thought that wasn't a good time to go and tear into that restroom. We had significant progress achieved on the sediment transport study along with the technical memorandum. That's to come to you in the very near future. I have that in my hands with the results of that. The City Council approved the Five Corner Pedestrian Improvement Project concept, and now we're working on the public outreach for that. Preparation of the construction of the Cabrillo Mole Phase 1 plans, and that is to go out to bid in September. And we responded to the Pebbly Beach Road lift station sewer overflow. We kicked off the recycling and trash receptacle project, and we received public outreach on that so far. Responded to the December 2017 storm damage and repairs that got our beaches back in order. We have also implemented 6 on-site training sessions with city maintenance staff, and that was to comply with the OSHA requirements for our employees. And we just heard from Parsac that they've added a safety specialist, so that person can now come in and help us with some of our safety functions and evaluating how we're doing and give us some pointers. We do have a robust safety program, and what we're trying to do with the IIPP that city manager talked about is we're trying to take that document and make it very specific for our department and make sure that we're getting that training, that safety training, that we're meeting all the regulations, and digging down to the things that we're actually doing and performing and focusing on those tasks and giving the training for those tasks. Okay, and let's see. So for goals, next slide. See, we have a long list of goals. And I, as a department head, I did supply past city manager with my goals and objective, and it was about 5 pages. So hopefully you've seen those goals and objectives I put out, and we've accomplished like 95% of that, plus did other goals and objectives and accomplished other tasks that were on that list. So for 18-19, for the resources that we've asked, well, we want to bid and construct the Cambria Mole project I talked about, phase 1. We want to commence the project development for Cambria Mole phase 2 and include the recommendations from the sediment study as part of that project scope. So part of the sediment study is going to say you need to put some type of groin wall, some type of structural improvement so we stop the sediment, or do we do the moorings different? But instead of putting that into a separate project with also bringing the beach sand and dredging the beach sand, can we put that with the mole project? And I think it, like I said before, I think that's more appropriate to put with the mole project because it lays out maybe some of the float work and the proper location for that wall. And it gives us a little more time to work on that. Develop the construction documents, bid, and potentially construct the replacement of the beach sand on South Beach. That's what I was just talking about. How soon you want that to happen. Is that a separate dredging project to get that done? Develop construction documents, bid and construct the revetment damage along Pebbley Beach Road. We're working on those plans right now, so we'll actually, those holes that you see that are taped off, we'll be working on those partially with our own crews, partially with a contractor, and then we'll be doing a larger project to get that almost $2 million that OES had granted us for the 2014 Hurricane Marie. Investigate and confirm the sanitary sewer pumping and force main systems are in good working order and have redundant backup systems in place, including necessary replacement parts. So there was a study done in 2013 I just came upon, and it did evaluate both force mains and the lift stations, and that's when we did the gravity interceptor. We want to verify those results because that was 5 years ago to see that we're still in good shape. Complete the construction of the Casino Way restrooms rehabilitation. Already presented that with what we're going to do. Excuse me. Continue to develop a robust safety program for the department. Continue improvements at the maintenance yard and roadway. Commence energy audit and reclaim water studies at the city's wastewater treatment plant. Complete development impact fee study. Continue work on the development of construction documents for the 5-corner pedestrian improvement project, including the public outreach. Complete the recycling and trash receptacle project and make sure that we get the purchase of those. Complete the ADA transition plan. Update and consolidate the capital improvement program document. So I think that a lot of what you're seeing that we're talking about the capital improvement program, and I've talked at several department head meetings and also with both the past finance director and our current interim finance director, is that capital improvement program is usually part of the budget document. And you'll see that that's where you would approve the capital projects and where those capital projects are developed, and it has all of the dollars outlined and the steps and schedules. So that would be adopted with the budget. And so that's one of the things that we can think of doing, and I can take a lead on that if necessary because I've done it at other agencies. Complete the Beacon Hill Apartment Stairlift project, develop a construction documents and bid and construct the citywide ADA project with also CDBG, and develop construction documents, bid and construct the 206 East Whitley rehabilitation project if that's your desire. So, there is always, in a capital improvement program, there's always cuts in the budget. So they always, there's a wish list that these things start. And that's usually when we come in, all the department heads to come together, there's a wish list. And it's always more than we could ever have the resources to do. But that's where we start, and we whittle down, and that's what you're seeing part of this process today, is that we've whittled it down, and we've done that with the department heads, and sometimes you don't see all of that backup for that, and we can provide that, but we've done that whittling process to get to meet our priorities. Okay, so let's do the capital improvement by fund here. So, you know, this is across all departments. And so the first one, this is just a summary sheet, and you'll see as we move through in the next few pages, it has the details, just like Pat Grady had talked with the general fund, including the internal services fund. You can see, keep your eye on the budget expenditure, the grant, and then really the net cost. Because that's what it's, it's not money in, money out. That's the net cost. It's going to draw it down. You can see that the 325 that we talked for the housing authority, the harbor fund in total, including the fuel dock, 1.7. And then you can see the next line down in italics, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But you can see that the net cost, you know, is 1.1 million that we're drawing down our reserve fund. And that's important, especially as interim finance director is talking about potential, just like the state. Is there recession coming up? We need to keep our eye on that. Sewer fund 681 and solid waste 200,000. So that's our net cost. Let's flip to the next page. And Pat went over this info with you, so we can just bypass that. And then all the way down to the teen center improvements, those are Dan's projects. And so you can see that Joe Machado Field, we're paying that off over time. Very good project. Commemorative bricks, City Park playground improvements, the City Park lighting, the $10,000 that he had in for there, the recreation master plan, the balance of that, $12,000, and a dog park, $2,000. He can provide more of the details on those. But you know, that's what's in there making up that. And the teen center improvements, a $5,000 donation. So that's really what's making that number on that summary sheet. Now you go down to the next two, that's the Pebbly Beach Road revetment repair, and you can see the budget expenditure, the offsetting grant. And so really our net cost here is $362,000. Okay, so that's that project we need to complete by next year. So that's one that we're heavily leveraged, and if we want to see those grant funds, we need to stick with that project and finish it out. And it's one of those that we have to put our matching grant funds in to get the other funds. The Five Corner pedestrian, you can see that we're working on, for the most part, just the engineering in this year. So that's why you see that our net cost is only $13,000. So when the construction happens on these projects, like on Pebbly Beach Road, that's when you see the big money. Okay, and then there's two projects there. You see the automated timer for speakers during meetings here, $2,000. The cabling equipment for the 65-inch monitor that the chief had received a grant on. And then the bottom line was the CDBG projects that I talked about.
So, so the chairlift though is going to be much less than that, but you were going to use the rest of that for ADA improvements.
Yeah, it's both of them together. And so whatever doesn't get used for the chairlift, it gets rolled over to the ADA. And the ADA projects, really that's going to be ramps. That's going to be ramps at our major paths of travel where our PEDs are. Okay. And then the next page, we're at those cemetery improvements that we talked about. So the mortuary is not in very good shape. It needs some work, whether it be the full 17,000. We can be cautious as we move through the year. A lot of this work gets done by public works staff, but a lot of it's just materials to get the work done. And the same thing for the niche and metal fencing. Right now we're putting up with public works staff, we're putting another piece, a retaining wall, trying to get another piece of that fencing along the frontage done, so now that we can put the wrought iron fencing. So it's a long-term project to get all of that done, but you're seeing significant improvements, expansion of the cemetery. All the irrigation's been redone there, so it's all automated now. You know, so I could say within, maybe not this next year, but by 2 years from now, we would be totally done and say, we think we're done with that project. But it's kind of like as our visitors come in, our guests come in, now we move to the back and put a couple guys back there to work off to low season, okay? And let's see. And then we flip to the next page. We had the $300,000 that we talked about to do the rehab. And tomorrow night, we're actually get the report from RSG, the agenda item on that, and you'll see some details on that. The other $25,000, that was initially put in there before we made the decision on the $300,000. So it actually could be moved out of there, but that was to study to that next phase. If we're saying the $300,000 is done, we're done with that property, then we really don't need to study or do any more analysis on it, because that was to put like 4 more units there, or to bring that to the max number of units that we could bring it to. Okay, so that was there in the budget when we were developing it prior to that last move that we did.
Which might be something we want to bring back in 6 months or something, but yeah.
You have the ability, but that's what that is. Okay, and then the next page, sewer. We're still doing SCADA improvements, so that's the ability to monitor electronically all the operations of the sewer plant, the lift stations, and so those are improvements that we're on a continuing basis we're doing, and a little bit at a time. The Pebbly Beach Road lift station, we threw a $200,000 number at it. It may grow, okay? But you can see that this all comes out to about $681,000. We had about 1.2 in fund balance. So if it grows, there's still the ability to be able to fund those. There's not as much risk. We just would put more into the lift stations and the force mains and all of those facilities that was in that set of goals that we had to get that done and focus on that. Okay, and then on the last page, solid waste, last page, no, 2 more pages. We have the receptacles funded by, so that's our trash cans and also our recycling. And then, of course, you have the landfill closure fee. And then the next page, harbor. So this is where it gets down to, we're drawing, our net cost is over 1.75. And if you look at 3 projects there, the harbor wave and sediment study carrier, so what that is for the dredging, that 375. Because initially the first study said 300,000, you know, and then we add some environmental cost to that, so 375. The mole phase 1, 2 more lines down, $530,000 net cost. And then the mole phase 2, so starting the engineering, we're estimating the engineering on that project because it's about an $8.4 million project now, so very sizable project for the city, could be about $1 million. What is good to note here on the mole phase 1, for every $2 that you put in, you get $8 back. I mean, it's that heavily leveraged. It's 80% grant funded. And for the phase 2, for every $1 you put in, you get 9 back. That's 90% grant funded. So that shows you how heavy the leverage, how good Audra has done getting the grant funds there, and that especially on the mole phase 2, this last round of grant funds that we changed up from just the $400,000 project to the $8.4 million, that includes the floats, redoing some of the floats and also, you know, looking at where to maybe redo the system of how it's moored, which you'll hear in the sediment study. Okay? Any questions on those harbor projects?
Bob, I'd like to see a date put on implementation of trash cans.
Okay?
I mean, could they just be on the street by October 1st? I mean, is that possible? Because legit, we've talked about putting trash cans out for 4 years. For the life of me, I cannot figure out why it's so difficult to go buy trash cans. And
But
put
you
them out there.
remember why now, because all we got was money for recyclable cans and not the other, and you can't, to me, you can't just put the recycled ones there because they're gonna turn into trash cans. So you really have to have them next to each other.
So that's why we put $100,000
Right.
in there, and so we
So now
have
we can get it.
$250,000. And I'll see what the constraints of what we need to do with the grant funds, because that's the
Okay.
only constraint right now, is we need to go through all the steps that they
Yeah.
said we need to do, and then it leads us to the construction, the purchase, whatever that is.
But there's also private participants that are willing to send some money our way to purchase the trash portion of the recycling for like the Big Bellies and whatnot.
Yeah, it's just frustrating.
It's just frustrating. It just
Okay.
seems like it's trash cans. Can
Well,
we
we
just
want
put
to end
trash
your
cans out?
frustrations. We'll
Yeah.
see what.
And then at one point, and this might have been what you were alluding to in your goals, but up until this budget, we've had the 10-year capital improvement project plan. I would still like to see that. It just shows projects that we're working towards down the line. And I don't know if you're still using that particular document?
Yeah, it's dated, and then there's, you know, there's the sewer, then there was salt water, and there's all these different studies, and really all that needs to be brought together and really brought into the budget document, and it's a separate section. You could pull it out, and it's the capital improvement program, but it gets adopted usually at an agency with the budget. And so then if there is grant funding, you do all those things in that resolution with that.
Okay.
Okay?
So Bob, it looks like we're looking at 10% soft costs on the various projects. That's kind of your guideline when you're looking at overall cost of a project, that about 10% are going to be soft costs, engineering, design, permitting.
Preliminary PE, well, they call it PAED, so project approval and environmental document. That's
I like the old
plan
term.
specs,
I like the
engineer-
old term, soft costs.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
So
Nobody's
that's about.
You don't have a guy hammering a nail into wood. You have a guy doing something on paper.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
anticipation of the project, soft costs. So it looks like you're looking at 10% is what you're using as a gauge.
10% is a good.
How
rule
are
of
we
thumb.
coming in terms of, is that a reality? Are we spending about 10% in the projects we
Depends on
actually?
size of project, complexity of project. So if I have a small project, it could be 25%. Okay? Because there's just some work to do. You know, it only may be a $50,000 project, but you know, when you say it's 12.5 an inch, to get somebody out the door with insurance.
I guess what I'm getting
Yeah.
is I hate it when we spend money over studying something where we have, you know, for instance, JJ talked about taking the guy over to look at the SpaceX mooring system. That if we're not using our local knowledge of our particular situation to bring experts up to speed, it's to our situation, we're basically throwing away money for people to educate themselves. So I just hope that we're doing whatever we can to reduce those soft costs, and a lot of it is usually, this is our weird thing that you need to know about before you start doing your engineering work or anything else.
So, example of how we did that is like for the sediment study is we brought everybody in the room, you know, so harbor personnel, public works personnel, Catalina Express, you know, all the people that would be stakeholders, and then we just had kind of a round robin
Great. Yeah,
talk
because
about.
there's just, no, then you
Yeah.
recognize, there's just a lot of institutional
Yes.
knowledge that is worth sharing with these consultants rather than paying them to.
Yeah, and
to
it's,
figure it out.
those folks were right in the room with the consultant as we had that round robin, and they learned a lot
Great.
of how we do it. Okay? So, let's get to the next page. So that brings us to the mole project, and this is what it looks like underneath. This is mole phase 1. So you can see that bottom corner picture there. There is no concrete around that rebar. Okay? And that's should be at least 3 inches of coverage at a minimum. It's just lucky this was overbuilt for the steamer and a very robust structure, and it has just pedestrians and fishermen on top of it right now. That's why it's still standing. But if it was built for something or used for something more than it is, it'd probably be in the water. So you can see the work that, so the scope is replace the grades, take care of all those beams that we didn't take care in the 90s. We did a third of it, and then we didn't continue on. But we showed that that worked because it actually is in pretty good shape with the repairs we did. The good news is the piles, all of those look great. So whatever's in the water looks great. It's just what's underneath that's got the damage. You can see the beams. Okay? So what that gets us down to, we think we have a shortfall here to fund these projects, okay, for our match. And so what are we going to do? And so what I'm seeing over the next 2.5 years is that we're going to have $2.5 million that we're going to have to put out for mole phase 1, mole phase 2, and the sediment. So it depends. There is some grant funds available from Boating and Waterways to do South Beach. How long do you want to wait, though? And because they came to us and they said, hey, it really takes an act of the legislature, but it could be 3 years or so. It could be 2020, 2021 money. Is that how long we want to wait? If not, what do we want to do? And so what we see is there's a couple different options here that, and of course it's been battered around a bunch, is like, the cross-channel wharfage, okay? And what we're talking, these are specific projects that are heavily leveraged, and we need to have a surcharge for 1 year. And that could help fund this and get us over that before, remember I was talking about the potential for recession, is before we get there, this is as good as it's going to get as far as the system we've got set up to collect. And are these the projects that are heavily funded, that are serving, what we would collect here, the cross-channel carrier, mole phase 1, mole phase 2, and then what actually happens with, in connection with the wave action, the Catalina Express, and the way it's set up to run its engines in reverse. It all makes sense, it seems like, that would be something that could be funded by a surcharge for 1 year. So what an additional $1 round trip surcharge would generate $675,000 per year. So from there, you do the math. If it's 1 year, you almost got to get $2 one way and $2 the other way, but then it sunsets out. And that would bring in $2.7 million. So over and above, because I'm saying $2.5 million is really remember I was saying what that net result is of the funds that we need. And it would start right now if we did it. It would start in January, so we could give notice. Okay? And that's just throwing that out there so that you could say January 1st that this would start and it would be for a year.
So, sorry, just to provide some additional detail on the numbers. To get the 2.5 million we're talking, it would be and if we wanted to do it in 1 year, that would require a surcharge of $4 round trip. That would bring in approximately 1.2 million in fiscal year 19, assuming we added the surcharge in January, and an additional 1.5 in fiscal year 2020. The idea of what we wanted to show on here, there's two significant revenue generators at the city. It is the TOT and the wharfage, and we wanted to show you just how much a $1 surcharge would get, so that way we can figure out, or I guess you can figure out and provide guidance as far as what makes the most sense. But those numbers there, I just want to highlight, aren't what it would take to fund the project. That is just what a $1 surcharge would get you in 1 year, or what 1% of TOT brings us in 1 year.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you, I'm slow now because we've been going for a few hours. Can you back up and tell me what it is you're trying to fund that you don't have adequate funding for?
Yes, let's
Thanks.
go to
Let's back
that
up.
harbor page.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just this year, so that is, you get that up, Matt?
174.
Yeah, okay. So, harbor wave and sand sediment study carryover, so that 375,
Wait.
it's
Okay,
the
maybe-
fifth line down.
So I think
Okay,
what might
I
be
see
adding.
it. Okay, so you're trying to do the sediment thing too. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
And the wharf repair, so that's it was a $3 million grant. We've already spent about $70,000, so $530,000 is going to construction. And that's these numbers are just for this year, for this budget.
Okay, so this is above and beyond the city match. This is.
No, this is the city match.
This is the city match.
And so
Okay.
when you look at what it's drawn down, the ending fund balance for harbor, and considering if we're going to be conservative and not take all of, because by the time we got into the second year here and we funded construction for phase 2, all of the fund balance probably be negative in harbor. Okay, so and so this go and put the scenario out there, we have a major storm, or that we have to fund major repairs to the Green Pier, or we have major revetment damage along the waterfront, and we have no reserve. Okay, so that's why I'm bringing this out. And the reason I'm bringing it out for these particular projects, because it makes sense. These are the people that are using that project. It's the cross-channel carrier. Okay. So then as I get into the next year, that's the balanced, okay, is the 1.5 million is as we get into phase 2 construction, okay, which you don't see in the cash flow. And I'm sorry that doesn't have all that detail, but for simplicity, that's what we did. And we didn't want to lay this totally, we wanted just to bring the concept up that we think that we're shy funds, okay, and we can bring more detail to you.
And as you know, the timing of this is very bad because of Edison,
everybody else
the
wants to do it,
hospital, and it's very unfortunate. This is a real sore subject with me because well over a year ago, or 18 months even, staff was really encouraging this to come before the council, so we could have done it then at a lower amount. We were going to have a sunset, and now here we are, and we're just so afraid of depleting our entire reserves.
I understand.
And if we can think of any other revenue generating things, that'd be.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So I guess what's important though is it has a sunset to it, okay? It's not like continuing on and
And your
on.
sunset was what again?
It would be for 1 year.
Just 1 year?
If we're real aggressive.
If it for $4.
For $4.
So $2 each way.
Yeah.
And we could look at ways of our $650,000 that we get for the commuter subsidy if we're, worried about the island resident, of how to divvy that out and to increase it, limit the number of ticket books, or I don't know. I mean, there's some ideas we could figure out.
Right.
As I know it's a lot.
And our agreement with the cross-channel carriers for that 250 or whatever, when is that up for negotiation again? Like with what we get from Bombards?
For their wharfage?
No, but I'm talking, okay. Because they're part of the problem, I guess, what percentage of they are in the solution? Is there any, is there any financial responsibility on their part that the damage has been done, that they should be offsetting some of the costs of this? And
I think, so what we're doing is wrapping a bunch of stuff together instead of looking at the projects individually, and it's very confusing, and I don't think that I don't agree with the approach. I mean, I know what you're saying is I'd like to know how I'm gonna pay for all this stuff that we need to do in this budget, but right now we need to adopt this budget. And for what you're doing with phase 1 and phase 2, there is money allocated for the next year. What you're talking about is the Harbor Wave and Sand Sediment Study that we don't even know what the project is to fix that. We
So-
don't know what it's gonna cost. We haven't decided what that's gonna be.
We're
So,
not asking
but-
you really for a decision
No.
today on that, Pam. We're just,
Okay.
we're trying to just throw out, these
No,
are
and
the
I'm still
projects we
trying to
have to do.
understand how we identified that it's a $2 million problem and what the timing of that is. I guess what I'm saying is the way that this is presented doesn't make sense to me. That it would make more sense to me if I had individual projects laid out as to how much money you're gonna need, whether you think there are any grant funds available realistically for any of this,
So
additional ones.
if we go to that harbor page again.
Okay,
And so what that.
because here's the other thing, in discussing with Audra what's going on. If we get money from a federal pot, we can get money from a state pot to pay our share. I mean, there are lots of different ways to work this, other than just to say, we're throwing up our hands and we think we're gonna be able to get people to approve special taxes for a 1%, or that somehow we're gonna be able to squeeze more dollars out of the cross channel, because I'm not gonna vote for that until you solve the problem of having the express at the mole, running their engines, burning their gas, additional maintenance cost that gets passed on to the ticket price. If you can solve that problem, then I'm happy to talk about this.
So that's why we want in
Well,
phase,
it's
in
kind of
phase
chicken and
two.
egg thing.
Let him finish.
Yeah, but the phase 2, that's what that's to study and to put it into that. Whatever is the best result that we find out, that's
Right.
what is gonna be built with Mole Phase 2. Because we're dealing with the floats, where we, at that point, could either put a different mooring system, or if we make a decision to put a wall in there, we could put a wall in there, okay? But at that same time, we're doing a pretty large environmental document to be able to take care of that. And what I heard, council prior to you coming, was that they wanted to get the South Beach sand back on there. And so that's why I was trying to
Okay.
pull that piece off,
Okay.
because the visitor experience, and then it's a safety issue. Right now, we need to go put a railing there because there's 7 foot of drop, down there. So
Right. Okay.
and that's why that project was added on. Otherwise, we could get maybe another 10% of grant fund, but we're at pretty high ratios right now with this funding. Really, and the phase 1 project is going to bid, because if we don't finish it by June of next year, all of them.
Oh, no, that's, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm assuming we have that under control.
Yes, we do.
Oh, right?
And so
Okay.
that's why I was saying.
And phase 2, we have an engineer who's doing studies, and then there are some decisions that the city council is gonna need to make, and, right? And there's matching funds, so it sounds like the projects that we don't have funded, or we don't have a handle on, or how to deal with sedimentation in the existing beach, I guess that's what I'm trying to,
And phase 2.
Yeah, it just depends on how much you want to draw down your harbor fund.
right?
Because by the time we get to next year, and if we're really truly ready to go out to construction for phase 2, and it could roll over depending on what happens with the environmental studies to the next year, but by then, we would, from what I'm seeing with the numbers here, we would be negative
Okay.
on our fund balance for harbor. So that's why I'm trying to bring it up at an earliest possible time for discussion before we head forward on it. Okay?
So you're saying in addition to the 1.2 that we're supposed to end the year in, that you need, or that we need an additional how much in order to?
2.5
Total?
would be total for those 3 projects.
Over and above what
That
what
would
you're
be
proposing?
what would be our net cost. And that's why I was trying to go to that net cost column right at the end.
Yeah, I can't.
Because otherwise, it's just money in, money out. We're
Can I
getting
see it?
federal
I can't
funds
read it.
or state funds.
Yeah.
Okay?
So let me just, the TOT, if there was a desire to increase that, that has to go to the voters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And arguably, the cross-channel might have to, too. I mean, if you're talking about expending the money specifically. or something. I'd want to have
It's in the harbor,
BB&K. It is in the harbor.
But can you exclude the visitor?
So
the
maybe
resident?
it's not a special, yeah.
Yeah, this is just for harbor projects.
Right.
That's why these projects were selected for this, because they were also, two of them were very heavily leveraged. That was the argument. It was not just to see where we could get extra money. It was like, that's why I made the argument for
Yeah.
every dollar, yeah.
We don't have to decide on that right this
No,
minute, do we?
no.
Good.
Needs to be presented differently.
And I think we need to hear from the community on that one. That's a biggie.
Absolutely.
It's a biggie.
But in this discussion, that's why we wanted
Oh,
to have
of
that
course.
as we head forward to adopting the budget is, we know that we have something that's out there, that we're drawing down those funds
Right, right.
as we're doing that, and then we need to be cautious because there may be other projects that we can't get done in the harbor.
Totally get that.
Okay.
And how much of a surcharge can you put on gas?
Okay.
Okay.
So other questions?
Well, I just have other projects,
Okay.
kind of. Solar on our building.
Okay.
I know we can go to, there are companies that will come and they will put them on, and it reduces our bill, but they make some money selling it back to Edison. And I'm just curious how much we spend in these two buildings on electricity, finance department. So, to know if it's even worth the inconvenience, because I don't know how much our electric bills are. I think utilities are all just bunched into one.
They are divided across different funds, but I'll have to get back to you on the specifics.
But just for these buildings.
So we just look at the meters on those buildings? I've done projects in other agencies just like that.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
if it's not a big deal
So-
and it doesn't cost us any money,
So this building would probably be something that we'd be interested in, and then the water pollution control plant.
And what?
The wastewater treatment plant, and we're already doing an energy audit on that.
So between
Those are
the-
usually the two biggest energy draws that you have.
Okay.
Have in a city like this.
and county fire has their own meter, and so they get sent the bill for them. Okay. But I would like these two buildings for sure, and then if you're talking out there. And then, what did we decide to do with that casita here?
We haven't made a decision yet, so it needs significant work.
The Falcon side of it?
Yes, because weren't we talking about 25K maybe for that one?
Yeah, it's.
And I wonder,
Probably so.
so then if we were going to turn that into a low and moderate income place, then we could use our housing money to do that. But I don't know if that, or are we in our planning for everything going, no, we would want to do, because we haven't been, well, we can deal with that later and we can modify the budget, but, because we really have to have that discussion about this whole area and what we're doing.
There's some potential
Yeah,
to
yeah.
happen there.
Okay, and and then, I'm sorry, behind us here where the buses were, we planning on just keeping that vacant for a while till we figure out what we want to do? That would be in the discussion as well?
That would be part of the discussion. I'd say just the whole City Hall campus. What do you want to do with it? Because you do have property here.
Right.
There is property that could be put to its highest and best use if
Right.
you're interested in that. And that could even be done with the Five Corner project, that different pieces
Exactly.
of that, if you're interested in something different there.
Okay.
Okay?
The roadway to the city warehouse, is that our road?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Because somebody said, boy, they made all the Allen Company properties look good because you
So-
put in the gutters or whatever you call it, and then we stopped when we got to our place.
So the only piece of Country Club or Bodega we don't own, they kept the piece up to the Y, all the way from Tremont.
Oh, right.
Because they may potentially looking to do something different. Otherwise, we have everything that goes around up to Whitley, and then we have it all the way down to our maintenance yard.
Okay, someone else. Okay, that's all I have for now. Go ahead, Cindy.
I'm good.
Okay, I have a couple. I'm hoping, so, because there's a fair amount of, this looks like a big project, the revetment repair.
Yes.
And some time ago, we had a project where Connolly Pacific came and pulled the rocks, the big rocks, between the yacht club and the casino back up to provide some more buffer. If we can incorporate somehow, if the equipment's here, okay, it's on your list. Okay. And then I had heard some mention that the soundboard that we're using is wonky, wiki, janky, not working.
Soundboard.
Yeah, well, I guess
Yes.
with this, that what
Equipment, City
supports
Hall
all this. Is that already been allocated or in a different budget?
I think it's just recent we've had some issues, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought it was because we'd already fixed it.
Well,
I need
and
to
what,
get you an answer.
you're right, and the word that I heard was that somebody went online and discovered that, in fact, lots of people had had the same problems and complaints. So whether it's within warranty or not, I don't know, but if there's a sound issue, then I guess we want to do something about it. And then going back to the Housing Authority, so the 206 East Whitley low mod expansion was whether we were going to try to add 4 to 6 units there. That's that.
That 25,000.
Oh, that's the 25,000? Okay. And then
That was just to look at some engineering and what was
Right.
possible.
Okay, and then the other one is described as 206 East Whitley low mod expansion study in PE only 300,000.
No, I think those are flipped, because it should be 25,000 for that, and then 300,000 is really, the rehab.
To fix it?
Yeah, and
Okay.
so,
That's what I thought, okay.
so we initially.
probably need to.
Option B was.
Right, that
no.
was rehab and repair.
Yeah,
Was
which
the
you'll see in the
300.
agenda tomorrow.
I actually think we said 325, but.
Yeah.
And then I had. And then the 250,000 that we're talking about for it says recycling/trash receptacle installation. Does that have anything to do with the residential green waste?
So that was the $150,000 grant for the 100
Trash can.
Receptacles, okay.
And then we added another $100,000 for trash receptacles right next to it. Okay, so a package for $250,000, you should get at least 100 receptacles down in the waterfront area.
Okay, and how many receptacles do we just feel that we need altogether?
Well, so that was a discussion at the trash can meeting, because we currently have about 150 trash cans out around town. And if we're bunching them next to each other, do we need that many? And, because the comment was at Disneyland, they're every 20 to 30 feet apart.
Yes.
And here we've got some of them that are right next to each other, right next to each other, right next to each other, and so.
And was any progress made at deciding what that number should be?
I think that's back in Public Works and Jordan's court.
So,
Because given the way this budget's looking, we don't have an extra $100,000 for a lot of.
okay, so the 150.
Yeah, well,
The 150 we only can spend on recycling.
right, you know,
And
I get
so
that.
it's just
And
if you want
we
a
know we're going to
package-
buy the big bellies with that, I assume.
So
right?
if you want to have a package look when we get done with this, where we have a trash receptacle and a recycling.
I don't know, I mean, and
Yeah.
the reasoning seems to be moving backwards. I thought we want to encourage people to recycle, and recycling generally has like just, unrecyclable stuff and recyclable stuff. So now we're going to tell people, we don't want you to learn how to do this here, just put it in this other bin.
No, that's
and we're-
why.
I don't
No, that's
see
why
that.
that's like with the big bellies, it carries both.
Okay.
And the
Yeah.
same thing, personally, I wouldn't want to see big bellies all up and down Front Street, because they're kind of big.
Right.
But if there's some more tactful ones that have recycling and trash together, because if you have one and not the other.
Right, no, I agree.
you've
I
got
mean,
the
you
same
have to,
mix.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
all part of recycling.
Right.
It's just that there are some things that can't be recycled. Okay, that's what I didn't get.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
And I just had a question about our city council money here. Again, I think we need to get down to again, policies and decisions making, because with they're reducing the amount of travel we're going to have, and I know you're going to be very active, and I just think we need to figure out how we want to utilize those dollars to maximize the dollars we have, and then watch those kinds of things, because it's expensive to go over town. I know I get reimbursed for my hotel when I go to different meetings, and some people do, but then some people, we don't. I think we just need to, or just have that discussion about on how we're going to divide and conquer the world.
Did you want to add more monies to it, Annie?
Well, I don't know. I just think we need to come up with who's involved in what does that cost, so that we can, if we're only going to be able to utilize that much, and maybe we won't modify it for 6-8 months, but depending on how it goes, I just want to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck on our travel. Okay. So, and who's on what, and what should we be doing that we're not doing, perhaps, as we move forward.
I think that's also part of our goal session.
Yeah.
Because we've long since had the goal that we would like to divide and conquer, and we would like to have people participating in all of the organizations that we're involved in.
But it is amazing how much, when you come back and you say something and I go something, a lot of the stuff is the same. I mean, it truly is the same. And some of them, I don't know what it costs when I look at it, but we pay to be a member of such and such, we pay to be a member of such and such, and are we getting what we should?
I had another question, and I'm trying to figure out where my note is now. I'm sorry, I can't give you a page number or anything like that, but I had noticed under the training that there was an increase in city treasurer training or travel or something, up to $8,000 a year, and I'm wondering what that was all about.
Well, that doesn't sound familiar.
So in the city treasurer, we did add 5,000, and that was, and I'm sorry for not speaking earlier, but we had talked about setting money aside for the planning commission training.
Yes.
That is the expenditure code where I set that money aside.
Oh, okay, so that's not actually city treasurer, that is.
So I wasn't sure where to put the planning, since there isn't a planning specific in the elected area.
Okay.
So
then you can reduce hers.
So I think we had discussed adding another 3,000 somewhere else. We wouldn't necessarily need to do that. Sorry for not bringing it up earlier. I just wasn't sure where I had put it, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
No, that's great. That answers that question. Thank you.
Good job on it. Matt, this is your first municipal government budget, right?
Yes. Hopefully first of many.
Yeah, so thank you very much. And Bob, thank you. And all the department heads and Denise and Debbie and everybody. I mean, this is a monumental project.
I have a list of about 21 things, and I don't know if I'll have to coordinate with Gabby to see if she got others that I didn't.
But none of them cost any money.
No, we'll see how many answers I can get back to you by tomorrow night.
Okay.
That's great.
No, I know you got other stuff to do, but, no, I didn't think we added a lot of money to this. No, we did. Only you should have been keeping track. Look at that. Anyway, if there's no further comments or questions,
Thank you,
meeting adjourned.
everybody.